So we still have 5 minutes to go. So in the meanwhile, Denise ma'am, can we have your brief introduction while others are still joining?
Sure. First of all, good morning. My time is in the evening. I haven't gone to bed.
Oh,
I'm in New York hour, so New York zone, East, the United States. So, Dr. Richard, thank you so much for the invitation. I always try to be part of it, but sometimes it's the time. It's very
Yeah, yeah.
difficult.
Thank you.
Um, so, what can I say? I'm supporting the 17 goals, right? That sustain that are very important for me personally. The organizations that I represent, we always focus on three: goal one, goal two, and goal
Okay.
four.
चलो कैलाश ने
That
कर दिया
we
इससे निकाल के देना ना
as a community, it's very important to focus on no poverty,
अगर
zero
ये चीफ गेस्ट है
hunger,
अगर ये नहीं आते ना
and
कॉल
a
करना
good.
पड़ेगा नहीं तो मैं दीपिका मैम
So in
को
United
नहीं
States, Jersey, we focus on education because I do have a non-for-profit, and we are always trying to empower youth. So
मैं बोलूंगी ना
I see some brothers also here. Thank you so much. Please continue.
yeah. So we have 2 minutes to go yet.
हाँ
So we'll have a few words from Delhi ma'am, right?
Shiprasa ma'am speak about
Yeah,
yourself yeah
yeah, uh,
we just know
yeah.
you're from Albania
Thank, thank you for inviting me, and I'm really honored to be in front of all these very great speakers, sisters and brothers, and talking about this very important issue nowadays in the whole world, not only in Albania or in India or elsewhere, but everywhere in the world. And if we come together, I guess we are going to serve the world far better than
अंजू
it is now.
इनमें से किसी को बोलने मत
Uh,
देना जैसे आवाज आई
so, as for the Sustainable Development Goals in Albania, even UN, United Nations office here in Albania has given great assistance to the Albanian government. And actually, there are 12 goals, and I'm focusing on mainly on the educational one because as a professor at the university, we've done a lot of work changing the way how to teach and how to work at the university and how to develop the university level in our country. So goal one is about no poverty by 2030 in all the places in Albania. And then we have goal two, where there should be no hunger, which which is another task given to the government to promote and to provide food security everywhere for everyone equally. Then goal three is about health and well-being, so they are well connected with one another. And then I'm going to stop on goal four, which is about quality education, which ensures inclusive and equitable quality education, and it promotes lifelong learning opportunities for everyone in Albania, poor, rich, and considering gender issues, etc. So the targets of goal four are that by 2030, the government will ensure that all girls and boys complete free, equitable, and quality primary and secondary education leading to relevant and goal four, effective learning outcomes. Target two is that by 2030, it ensures that all girls and boys have access
I think
to
Dr.
quality.
Shaprasa,
Sorry?
Dr. Shaprasa, I think few persons have joined. We can start with our global summit. We'll hear you after 10 minutes again. And it was so nice to hear you. And our special chief guest is over here, Mehreen. You can start with, others will join later.
Okay.
You can start with. Okay? Okay, Deepika ma'am, we can start now? Yeah.
Okay, so before I begin, I would like all the participants to please turn off the microphone. Yeah, thank you. Thanks a lot. So good morning, afternoon, and evening. Well, Dr. Dennis would like to hear good night, but I'll still have to say a warm welcome to this momentous occasion of World Population Day, the Global Summit on SDG, Sustainable Development Goals, organized by Swami Devi Dayal Group of Professional Institutions and its esteemed Swami Devi Dayal Law College Department in association with the Women's Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry. I am Mehreen, and it's an honor for me to be your host for this event today. Now, in India, we greet each other with the heartfelt gesture of Namaste. So, can I get the same from everyone?
Yeah.
Thank you. Lovely, lovely. Thank you. Now, allow me to begin by introducing the Swami Devi Dayal Group of Professional Institutions. This institution has been at the forefront of providing quality education and holistic development to students for several years. Alongside the Swami Devi Dayal Group, we have the privilege of partnering with the Women's Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, headed by esteemed Dr. Harbeen Arora. WICCI is an influential organization that champions the empowerment and economic advancement of women. With its extensive network and dedication to fostering collaboration between women professionals, entrepreneurs, and leaders, WICCI has made a significant impact in driving inclusive growth and diversity across industries. Together, we gather here from different time zones and corners of the world to commemorate an important global observance, World Population Day. This annual event serves as a reminder of the pressing need to address the challenges and opportunities associated with the world's population growth. It's a day of reflection and action where we come together to explore solutions and contribute to the achievement of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. The SDGs are a comprehensive set of 17 goals established by the United Nations to guide nations and organizations in creating a more sustainable and equitable future for all. These goals encompass a wide range of areas, including poverty eradication, quality education, gender equality, climate action, and many more. Each goal represents a crucial aspect of our collective endeavor to build a better world. Throughout the summit, we'll have the privilege of hearing the esteemed keynote speakers who are experts and thought leaders in their extensive respective fields. Their insights and expertise will provide valuable perspectives on the significance on this day and the SDGs, offering a guidance on how we can work together to address the challenges and create a brighter future. Now, in keeping with our cherished traditions in India, we begin this auspicious event by invoking the blessings of the divine and acknowledging the presence of a higher power. It is with great honor that I extend a warm invitation to Mr. Kailash to mark this significant occasion with a traditional invocation.
Thank you, ma'am. To all of you, hello.
Yes, please go ahead.
Let me start with the bhajan of Lord Rama. Shri Ramchandra ki palu bhaj man haran bhav bhaya darunam नव कंज लोचन कंज मुख कर पद कंज कंदारुणम कंदर्प अगणित अमित छवि नव नील नीरज सुंदरम पटपीठ मानहु तड़ित रुचि सुचि नोमि जनक सुतावरम बजु दीन बंधु दिनेश दानव दत्त वंश निकंदनम रघुनंद आनंद कंद कौशल चंद दशरथ नंदनम सिर मुकुट कुंडल तिलक चारु उदारु अंग विभूषणम अजानुभुज सर चाप धर संग्राम चित कर दूषणम मिधि वदति तुलसीदास शंकर शेष मुनि मनरंजनम मम हृदय कंज निवास करु कामादि खलदल गंजनम मनुजाहि रचहि मिलहि सुबरु सहज सुंदर सांवरो करुणा निदान सुजान सिलहि जानत रावरो एहि भांति गौरी आशीष शंकर शेष सुनि हर सही अली तुलसी भवानी पूजी पूजी पुनि पुनि मुदित मन मंदिर चली जानी घोरी अनुकूल सियहि हरहु न जाहि कहीं मंजल मुंजल मूल वाम अंग पर कन लगे वाम अंग पर कन लगे. जय श्री राम to all of you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Kailash. May the divine grace continue to illuminate our lives as we strive for excellence and make a positive impact in the world. And now let the summit commence. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my great honor to introduce Dr. Richa Ranjan, the Director Principal and Dean of Swami Devi Dayal Law College. Dr. Ranjan, a woman of extraordinary intelligence and refined poise, has dedicated herself to organizing international events that bring together brilliant minds and create awareness on various issues. Her relentless passion and attention to detail ensure that no occasion gets unnoticed, and each event becomes a remarkable platform for knowledge sharing. As a visionary leader, she has transformed the institution into a center of excellence, fostering academic rigor and innovation. Her charismatic presence and eloquence inspire and motivate individuals, urging them to strive for greatness. I would now invite her to accord a formal welcome to everyone.
Thank you, Mehreen. A very good morning to all. Namaste from India. The world is not a gift from our ancestors, but a loan from our children. Save it and don't overpopulate it. Chief guests, guest of honor, and esteemed delegates from all over the world, students and faculty members. Welcome to this momentum occasion where the world converges to shape a brighter future. Today, we gather as one, united by the spirit of progress and the pursuit of sustainable development goals. Today, we are celebrating World Population Day by organizing World Summit on SDG goals, SDG-GPI, which is Swami Devi Dayal Group of Professional Institutes, in collaboration with Wiki, is celebrating the realm of possibilities where dreams intervene with action. We stand on the cliff of change. Here, in the crucible of collaboration, we envision a world that flourishes with equity, justice, and harmony. First of all, I'll thank management of SDG-GPI Group President, Mr. Ashok Jindal, Vice President, Mr. Motilal Jindal, General Secretary, Mr. Amit Jindal, for giving us opportunity to make world together as one. And further, I thank Dr. Harbeen Arora ma'am, our today's special chief guest, who is founder of G100, All Ladies League, Women Economic Forum, and Global Movement. And above all, Chancellor of Rai University. Harbeen ma'am has made organization on world level for betterment of society and has achieved significant milestone. So further, let us embark on a journey that transcends border, a journey driven by compassion and empathy. Together, we possess the power to ignite transformation, to ignite a future where no one is left behind. Like a symphony of nations, let us harmonize our efforts, blending our unique perspectives into a collective symphony of change, each note played by every nation. Because today we are collective of nations together on the one platform. Each note played by every nation resonates with the hope that binds all of us, the hope for sustainable and inclusive tomorrow. We are having keynote speakers from many countries and from India also. So as we convene here today, let us remember that the pursuit of sustainable development is not an isolated endeavor. It is shared responsibility that demands our unwavering commitment and unwavering resolve. The Global Summit on SDG goals is for 4 days, which was on hybrid mode, 2 days online and 2 days offline. So speakers participated from all over the world and from India as well. And we are having guest of honors as well. And today we are having Miss Tiana Jones, who has already done summits on all the goals. She's a knowledgeable person with awesome personality. And we are having Miss Deepika Bahari, who is the president of Wiki UT Council as well. And she is very charismatic lady. Thank you for making me comfortable in all the zones. And tomorrow we'll be having our chief guest. Today we're having Harbeen ma'am over here, and tomorrow we'll be having Professor Dhurendra, who is former Vice Chancellor from Sikkim Professional University. And he is the Professor of Law from Malaysia and Nigeria. And we are having with us our guest of honor, who is keynote speaker, Dr. Estera Mala, who is very good speaker. She has captivating and compelling speaking style that keeps the audience actively involved and interested. We are having Professor Nada. She is the world acclaimed speaker and had a strong influence and impact on the field. And we are having Professor Sheprasa. She has clear vision for the future and provides valuable insights. We have already heard you, Dr. Sheprasa. And we are having Dr. Dennis. She is recognized as thought leader, someone who is at the forefront and drives, who is into progress into progressive field. She is from the university. And Dr. Bianca, she provides valuable insights, information that educates and enlightens the audience. And Dr. Anita will join us tomorrow. She's not over here today. And we are having keynote speakers and speakers from all over the world, to whom I welcome over here from my core of my heart. And already I have heard all of them. They are all the experts in their area of expertise, and they possess extensive knowledge and experience. So in the crucible of the global summit, let us forge alliances, sow the seeds of cooperation, and cultivate a fertile ground for sustainable change. Together, we can sow the seeds of hope and nurture them into a blooming garden of prosperity. So let us welcome this summit with open hearts, open minds, and steadfast determination to leave no stone unturned in a quest for a better world. Together, let us rise, welcome all the members and our special chief guest. Thank you, and let us begin with this remarkable journey. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks a lot. I would now like to introduce our special chief guest for the event, Dr. Harbeen Arora. Dr. Harbeen, the extraordinary founder of 5 influential platforms, has achieved remarkable success in advancing global women's empowerment. Her visionary leadership and inclusive values have created a powerful sisterhood movement, All Ladies League, uniting 5 lakh women across 150 countries. Through the Women Economic Forum and Women's Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, she advocates for women's visibility, recognition, and progressive policies in business. Dr. Harbeen's groundbreaking initiatives also include Shikonomi, empowering women entrepreneurs, and the prestigious G100 Club, promoting gender equality with 100 influential women leaders worldwide. Supported by the Denim Club, her achievements have gained international acclaim. With the ELGOS framework, she represents 100 recommendations to leaders and governments globally, transforming the lives of women worldwide. Her unparalleled dedication and accomplishments make her an inspiring force for women's advancement globally. Can we have a few words of wisdom from you, ma'am?
Thank you so much, my sisters, my brothers, and all of you who've spoken. Congratulations to the entire team of the organizing committee of this event, our Wiki councils in Chandigarh, our leading lights, my soul sister Deepika, Dr. Richa, and everyone, all the council members, and that you're partnering with institutions such as this educational group. Our gratitude to them for organizing this summit and creating a space for everybody. My sisters, could you just let me know how much time I have so I can just make sure that I speak in that? So it's 10:18 now. Till when should I speak?
You're free to speak, ma'am.
No.
8 to 10 minutes. 8 to 10 minutes.
In limits.
8 to 10 minutes for each.
Okay, thank you so much. So just I would like to, of course, thank everybody. What was so beautiful to see was normally there was a traditional gender roles, as we envisage, and invocation would usually be given by a female singer, and the men hold the stage. And today we would have this beautiful reversal of roles where the women are holding the stage, and our brother came to give the invocation as the song. It's so beautiful to see that. And how difficult could that be, right? It's so natural and so normal to walk in solidarity. So I'm going to focus on where my sister Shpresa spoke. She took us through the 4 SDGs, and I'm going to start with the 5th SDG. And so it was about quality education. And I'm going to talk about the 5th SDG, or start with that, which is about gender equality, and connect it with the SDG 4 of quality education, and say we must have, in order to address all the issues that are going off limits, be it population, be it income inequalities, be it all the kinds of issues of safety that we want to address in our society as citizens, as people, as organizations. It starts with, for me, yes, of course, with quality education, but hand in hand with equality education. Because if we do not have equality education, then already 50% of our population, and I'm not even going into the male population, which is left untouched by education and employment as well. I'm only focusing on the side of women because that is clearly off the grid. And if you have 50% of the population off the grid because they are not equal citizens, whether by law in certain countries or by mindset or by tradition or by practice or by issues of law and order, then we are foregoing a very large stabilizing force in society. I mean, look at our families, right? Who is the person who keeps this entire population of the family unit in balance, in harmony, like Dr. Richa said, each one being able to express his or her potential, creating the harmony among all the different sections, bringing in the balance, bringing in the limits. Who is this person with love, affection, wisdom, and the ability to connect all the notes and connect all the dots, and bring out the population dividend of this population, and allow everybody to contribute with their thinking mind, with their pulsating hearts, with all of their humanity and all of their being. It's the figure of the mother, right? It's the woman of the family who brings it all together. Now translate this entire concept or framework into society. Do we have the same kind of role of women in the public space? No, we do not, because if we had, we wouldn't have the issues. Population, just for instance, because we are focusing on these issues. If women had bodily autonomy, if we had the equality of choices, if I am equally participating in the decision of how many children do I wish to deliver, because at the end of the day, I'm the one who delivers the children. But do I have that choice? In many parts of our country, in many parts of the world, do women have bodily autonomy, access to contraception, equality in the voice with their partner to be able to decide, when do I want to have my children? Do I want to have children? How many do I want to have? Are the girl child okay with me? In India, we had to bring a law to ban determination of the sex of the child because of a malpractice that was breeding, because of the mindset that a woman is a burden, a girl child is a burden, and a male child is an asset. And that has to do with economic inequality. So we have to go hand in hand with quality education, with equality education. So we bring both wings, like in G100 Club we spoke about, we see two wings in the logo. It's men and women have to come together in solidarity to address some of the most pressing issues. And in that, we need equality in leadership of women in every sphere of life, starting from the family unit, starting in the marriage unit, be it in leading organizations, in educational institutions, in political leadership, where laws are being made, in CEO positions, everywhere. No field untouched, no woman left behind in any field. And that is really the work of the 5 fingers of the 5 platforms that we have, which you enumerated so kindly for us, the All Ladies League for the Circles of Sisterhood, so we can tap into energy of our solidarity with Shakti Bandhan, the Women Economic Forum, which is for women to talk, share stories of their businesses and their journey to economic independence. So we can do business with each other and really thrive in that identity of women as businesswomen. The Women's Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry and G100, which are both doing the same thing, Wiki at the India level and G100 at the global level, is really to change with advocacy, with actions, and get a seat on the table of institutions where decisions are being made, so we can make it possible for every woman to do what we are saying should happen. So bringing that energy of enabling, that ecosystem of enabling through our community networks, but also through institutions where a lot of those decisions are being made. And now the final platform called the She Economy. And the She Economy is real because we have a huge community and women are offering products and services. So we can find our entire community. We are wanting to tap into a greater population. We have 500,000. We want to get into a mission million and mission millions from there, so we can empower the She Economy. And I want to thank everybody. Soul Sister Denise did the wonderful Women Economic Forum in New Jersey. Soul Sister Brand. I'm sorry I had to take a break because there was a call on the other line and I didn't want you to be disturbed. So I shared with my family member. I'm on a call. So those were my few thoughts. I want to just thank, I see Branka from Cyprus here. She's part of the Wiki, Cyprus India Business Council. So I think really all of us are making sure that we move from quality education and add to it the very important dimension of equality education, starting with gender equality, which is our role, and then other kinds of equalities come, like Soul Sister Richa mentioned about equity as well, and harmony as well, and inclusion as well. So all that becomes very important, but we are focused on bringing the gender equality on board, so that with that equality, women can play an important role in the public spaces as well, not just as a mother, but as a leader, as a CEO. We want to make it mainstream. When I was growing up, I saw Shrimati Indira Gandhi as the Prime Minister of the country. I saw late Sushma Swaraj ji as a vocal leader in the opposition. I saw Dr. Kiran Bedi as the first woman IPS officer. I grew up, in addition to all the role models I had in my family, my grandmother, my mother, who were all women working, and my mother working in outside the house as well. All women work inside the house, and they're working all the time. But at that time, my grandmother, maternal grandmother, was working outside the house as well, and the men of the family were as much invested in the kitchen and in bringing up their children as the women were. So I grew up watching this equality, and I know what a healthy environment this equality education, this equality role modeling can make. So that is my humble message to all of you on this Population Day. If we want to do anything in limits with balance, by ensuring everybody expresses their potential, the way to that is, of course, quality, the high standards, holding high standards, ethical high standards, moral high standards, the education of the heart, the education of the mind, but equally equality education. Thank you everyone for the opportunity.
Thanks a lot, ma'am, for your insight. I appreciate the way you broke down the complex concepts with fresh perspective and new approach worldwide. We appreciate your contributions and achievements. And thanks for sparing time for us. And it was very nice hearing all the way you came over here. Thanks a lot, ma'am. And I just want to inform that today we are having 55 speakers, and tomorrow we'll be having 40 speakers. And day before yesterday and yesterday also we had 40 speakers. So let us see where it booms. And thanks a lot, ma'am, for sparing your time.
Yes, thank you so much, Harbeen ma'am. We are truly honored to have you with us. Thanks a lot, ma'am. Yeah. So, before we proceed further, please accept my apologies in advance for any potential name mispronunciations. Now, with our esteemed speakers and guest of honors representing diverse region and accents, variations in pronunciation may occur. So thank you for your kind understanding. I don't think we have been joined by our resource person and guest of honor, Miss Tiana.
You can make join Dennis as
Yeah,
there's I think so night over there and it's it's one over there midnight, so we can
yeah.
call Dennis. Then we can have Deepika ma'am with us.
Sure, sure, sure. Okay, ma'am. Got it. All right. So let me introduce Dr. Denise Fernandez, who's an exceptional leader and visionary serving as the director of Women Economic Forum for New Jersey 2023. She's the esteemed co-founder of La Via al Exito, a non-profit organization focused on education, and holds the esteemed position of Portugal country chair and honorary life member of All Ladies League and Women Economic Forum. Dr. Fernandez has made remarkable contributions throughout her career, including representing President Obama as a dedicated Latino outreach for New Jersey for 15 years. She actively engages with organizations such as the New Jersey Performing Arts and the Union Country Interfaith. Her commitment to advancing educational equality, excellence, and economic opportunity for Hispanics has earned her a place on the White House initiative under President Biden. With a rich academic background and fluency in multiple languages, Dr. Fernandez is a true inspiration. Can we have some words from you, ma'am?
Thank you so much for your kind words. Thank you so much for the invitation, Dr. Richa. I really, really, really appreciate. I know my time is in the evening. Well, I still, like I said, I haven't gone to bed, but I wanted to share this moment with all of you ladies. It's very important to have this kind of conversations in different parts of the world. We all trying to work together, as Dr. Harbin said, trying to empower our youth to focus on education. Education is the key, because without education, you cannot grow, you cannot sustain yourself. So the work that I do under President Biden, under my organization, everywhere I go, is to always focus on education, 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 because education is empowerment. So I don't want to take too much time. And once again, I appreciate, looking forward to collaborate with all of you. And I really appreciate the time. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. Uh, I am now thrilled to announce Ms. Deepika Bahri, an exceptional leader and advocate for women's empowerment. It's so good to see your beautiful face again, ma'am. Now, as the CEO of Antranchal, a prestigious digital marketing company, and the president of the Women's Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry UT Council, she showcases remarkable leadership and unwavering commitment to uplifting women. Her active participation in various initiatives and events aimed at nurturing women's potential and other awareness national and international campaigns makes her a true inspiration. Her visionary mindset, dedication, and compassionate approach to set a high standard for women in the industry, making her a beacon of empowerment and success. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Marine, for such a elaborate introduction, although I don't deserve one. And I can see such eminent speakers in this global summit. And so I would not like to take much of your time. I would like to hear these speakers, what they have to say, what we don't experience in India right now. They are much ahead of us, some of the countries. So we would like to hear how they took the baton and how we are supposed to take things forward. And yes, I would just like to say, if we talk about SDGs are very close to my heart. And I really feel that even if you are working on one SDG, you are covering you're touching all the 14 somewhere or the other, inclusivity, education, women, and workplaces and everything. So even if all the audience present here, if you make one of the SDGs as your prime focus or your motto for the year, by 2030, I believe we'll be able to achieve all the goals that the UN has laid for us. And thank you, Dr. Richa Ranjan and Swami Devi Dayal Law College, Barwala. And Richa ma'am, I can see what a beautiful bouquet of females you've created from all over the world. So let's hear them, Marine. I can't wait.
Deepika ma'am, we are having gents as well.
Yes, of course.
Yes,
Of course.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thanks a lot, ma'am. Let me now introduce our next guest of honor, Ms. Branka, who is an accomplished professional in compliance and legislation. She currently serves as the AML Compliance and Innovation Director at iSpiral and is the founder of Meaningful Synergies. She is actively involved in anti-money laundering, corporate governance, and risk management with over 15 years of experience. She holds key positions in organizations like the Cyprus Integrity Forum and the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners Cyprus chapter. She has received multiple prestigious awards for her work, including Exceptional Women of Excellence and Best Business Services Women of the Year. She's also appointed as the Cyprus Chair for Corporate Governance Wing by G100 and is a founding member of Wiki Cyprus. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much for the introduction. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, ladies. And I don't know if we have any gentlemen in the house. As Dr. Harbin said before, it has to be hand in hand. We have to have those two wings together. And in the introduction, in the meanwhile, I'm no longer associated with iSpiral, but thank you for the introduction because it has to do with technology and it has to do with moving forward and how do we change things in the world. So I kindly asked Dr. Richa if I can share some slides because I'm in the business of breaking patterns. And with that, I wanted to visually show you a few messages that I want to give you today. If you have slides, Dr. Richa, you can share them, or I don't know if I have permission to share on my side.
Can we share? No.
You cannot on your side. Okay, let me then just try. Okay, so we want to share window, no, the entire screen. Okay, so if you can just confirm, did you see my slides?
Yes.
Okay, very nice. Well, first of all, I do want to heartily congratulate you for this global summit. It's a very important initiative. And previous speaker said, like, I want to see how it's done in different countries. We also do it through universities. So we have University of Cyprus, University of Nicosia, UCLA, and they all have initiatives for sustaining the goals and supporting the goals. And when we talk about the goals, we cannot talk only about people because we are here in the room, but we need to think about the planet, about the partnerships, how we can make it forward, the peace that is the necessary component to actually have sustainability and talk about sustainability, and the prosperity that we all strive for to live with our good life and have safety. So when that comes to mind, the sustainable goals that I promote are definitely the quality education, the goal number 4, and it's about having free quality primary and secondary education at least, and give children access to the early childhood development. So to ensure the equal access for both men and women, and to afford higher education choices, to increase the youth skills so the new generations can fix the mistakes that unfortunately us and our predecessors made. We are in the Law College, so to promote peaceful and inclusive societies for sustainable development, to provide access to justice for all, and to build effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions at all levels. But one of the most important goals that I mentioned before is about partnerships. So to mobilize resources and to share the knowledge, to include not only the government, but also the private sector and the whole community to create this environmentally sound technologies and to build capacity to sustain the goals. With that being said, we all have unconscious bias, and this unconscious bias is a silent corrupter. So when I say the word integrity, you have the dictionary meaning of it, but you may also have your own visual of what the word integrity means. So if you look on the one side, you see this deck of cards, and we can think about structural integrity, what happens when we don't have the good and solid foundation. And then on the other hand, integrity is about doing right thing when no one is watching. And this is what I invite everybody in the audience to do. There are many, many biases, and I will just touch upon three that are also relevant to the law profession: the bandwagon effect. And this is the bias that refers to the tendency to adopt certain beliefs or behaviors because many others hold the same belief. And we engage in the same behavior regardless of the underlying evidence or rationale. It's like going with the group. And then the anchoring bias, it involves relying too heavily on the initial piece of information. We heard something, for example, I'm a director at iSpiral, and everything else that you heard after that was maybe tainted by that information. We have like this anchor, and every other judgment that we make and estimates are irrelevant or arbitrary. And then availability heuristic. Heuristic is actually the word I learned from a startup from India. And I'm blessed about it because in the Western world, we don't really use that word that much. And availability heuristic is a bias that occurs when we rely on immediate examples of information that come to mind. And we make a judgment and decision on them rather than considering the overall probability and statistical data. Now, why am I mentioning biases? Because we as a human being need to recognize our own bias in order to change. And we do need to change ourselves first in order to save the planet and to implement sustainable development goals. And I invite you today to speak up. You see some photos in front of you, and they're very relevant to sustainability. I invite you just to take a brief minute to look at the photos and pick one for yourself. Pick and work with it for the sustainability matrix. So I'm sure that all of you know the RACI matrix. It's a tool designed for the management to find out who is responsible, who is accountable, like why is the boss, who is consultant in any of the matters, and who is the informed, the active listeners, the one who need to know but do not need to say and advise anything. They need to keep it to themselves. And from that RACI matrix is something that I invite you to do today. Sustainability matrix is the evolution of Sustainable Development Goal, and it's the ESG. So environmental and social governance is something that's coming into the light as United Nations is also updating the needs and the action plan that we need to do to make the sustainable goals. Otherwise, we won't make it until 2030. So when we talk about ESG, we need to think about environmental considerations. And this is simply to be ethical in everything you do, including recycling, including sustainable living, and so on and so forth. The social pillar, it's for us to maintain integrity, do the right thing when nobody is watching. And I also appeal to the SMEs and to government to have the transparency. We need transparency in all echelons of the society to be able to move forward. So I invite you today with these photos that you saw before to make your own sustainability matrix for the Sustainable Development Goals. And my tips for today to conclude is that quality education is your right. Reach out, find yourself a mentor. They helped me a lot in my life so far. Gender equal opportunities. So it's not about just equality, it's about equal opportunities. To catch our unconscious bias, to recognize it and to call it out. To achieve strong institutions, but maintaining peace and justice. And to aim to become go-to person, to be partner for sustainability, just like Dr. Richa is. This is my contact details if somebody wants to reach out to talk further on this topic. And I just greet all the esteemed members of this global summit and thank you for your time. Namaste.
Thank you for incredible, informative and engaging presentation. And your depth of knowledge on the subject was truly impressive. And the slides were informative and captivating. Thanks, Branka.
You're very
Yes,
welcome,
thank
and
you,
you're free to
Priyanka.
share the slides with the participants later on.
Okay.
You must have also
Yes.
noticed that you got a lot of acknowledgements, thumbs ups, and hearts from the other participants as well. So, yeah, thank you for that. I would now like to invite our next guest of honor, Professor Dr. Shipresa, who is a highly accomplished English professor at Tirana University, Albania, with 46 years of teaching experience. She has made significant contributions to education reforms in Albania and has trained teachers in Albania, Kosovo, and Macedonia. As the former president of ELTA Albania, she has organized 32 conferences attended by thousands of teachers. Dr. Delija is a respected member of IATEFL UK and TESOL International, serving on the steering committee of the Professional Development Division. She has authored books, published 34 papers, and played a key role in developing the European language portfolio. In 2022, she established a resource room for student teachers and received the Global Wellness Ambassador certificate. She is known for her dedication to empowerment, growth, and inspiration in education. We're honored to have you here, ma'am. Please, over to you.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Good morning, good evening. And yeah, I see Professor Nada now. So hello, Professor. And thank you to all these brilliant speakers. And I think that coming together to this very important summit, we are going really to change not only the educational system, but also the whole world. So taking into consideration all these sustainable development goals, we should focus mainly, I think, mainly on changing the educational system, because everything comes from how people are educated and how people can embrace the prosperity, and how the government can help people join this prosperity. So being together, and people not only in Europe but beyond Europe, we are going to develop the educational system everywhere. And one of the targets of the quality education here in Albania is to ensure the equitable and quality primary and secondary education, leading to be relevant and to be equal for everyone, no matter gender or the social status that people might have. But also another target is to ensure equal access for all women and men to affordable and quality technical, vocational, and tertiary education, including university, but not only university, but also vocational schools and the elementary and the high schools as well. By 2030, sustainability increased the number of youth and adults who have relevant skills, including technical and vocational skills. But also it will ensure that all youth and a sustainable proportion of adults, both men and women, achieve literacy and numeracy in the educational system. So by 2030, another target assures that all learners acquire the knowledge and skills needed to promote sustainable development, build and upgrade education facilities that are child, disability, and gender sensitive, and provide safe, non-violent, inclusive, and effective environment for all. So the last target is that by 2030, sustainability increase the supply of qualified teachers, including through international cooperation for teacher training in developing countries, especially least developed countries and small island developing states. So coming together, and as Branka said before, that I mean, we should have partnerships with one another, collaborating with one another, but also Ma'am Vinay, just she stressed out that we have to collaborate with one another in order for us to be in one thinking mind and help one another to develop the educational system equally everywhere in the world. Thank you for thank you for listening to me and using this time during this very important summit here today and tomorrow as well.
Thank you,
Thank
Dr. Shivrasa. Thank you for your thought-provoking ideas. And really, you have unique ability to connect with the audience. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. We have our next guest of honor with us, Professor Nada Ratkovic.
Mehdi, we are having these guest of honors as well as they are our keynote speakers. These
All right,
7
ma'am.
personalities. Yeah.
Sure. So let me introduce our next guest of honor and keynote speaker, Professor Nada Ratkovic, who is an assistant professor at the Faculty of Economics, Business and Tourism in Croatia, with expertise in science, technology, innovation, research, statistics, math, informatics, and more. She holds multiple roles as a professor, researcher, author, trainer, and humanitarian. As a computer informatics STEM expert and ERP infosystems designer, she has made significant contributions to the field. She is actively involved in national and global projects, publishing in esteemed journals and authoring university and high school books. She organizes conferences, webinars, and workshops, mentoring students in competitions related to statistics, STEM, and SDGs. Dedicated to promoting humanity, peace, gender equality, and women empowerment, she is widely recognized for her achievements, receiving numerous awards and accolades. Over to you, ma'am.
Very, very good morning from Croatia. I want to thank to Dr. Richa for this invitation. It's really my honor to be here today and tomorrow on this global summit. Very important summit. I see here great friends, many friendly faces. I want to congratulate to our great Branka, a birthday, a very happy birthday day, Branka. So please, a big clap for Branka's birthday. And it is very nice. And you know, Branka, I'm thinking about Cyprus, and I'm going again to Cyprus on the sea very, very soon. What to say about this? As you say about me, yes, I'm really organizing conferences. This was the second year when I make 17 days of the SDG conferences. Very active in Europe. We have e-twinnings and Erasmus Plus projects. In any subject of what I have on the university and in the high school, I can say that all the SDGs are involved in every subject because we today we need project-based learning with the innovations, with making researches. So that is something what we are talking about achieving the 17 SDGs. We know that we will not achieve them, but we are on our way, on the best way to do that. We are really acting for that. So if we talk about the population, in the context of the SDGs, we know that the global population is really growing. We know that there are predictions that at 2050, we need to reach more 10 billion people, and what it means if we want to decrease that fertility and mortality. If I talk about my country, we have a big problem because the population is not growing. We our youth is leaving. So today in Croatia we have almost old population, so that is not good. uh, we like educators, what we need, we want to ensure the quality education, but if we don't act all over the world and don't help others, I will say actions, voluntary actions, humanitarian actions are very important, because what the knowledge means for us, if we don't share the knowledge, what the money means for us if we don't give the money. So that is the concept, helping the parts of the rural parts. I will say I'm not only for the smart cities, because we need smart villages. We have cities are already developed, but our villages are still not. I will come again to my country, because I live. I live 30 kilometers from the biggest town in my county. And what we are doing, me with my students are doing a big project. We are doing it 5 years. We are working on a smart city. Uh, our smart city is a technology city, a big developed city. So we are really acting. We are doing the apps. We have so many new inventions. What we are involving in our villages. It is most better to live in the villages than in the city. Uh, if we talk about the partnerships, we cannot do that without money. So we need partners. We need in my country we need the funds. We have so many opportunities to get the funds from the European Union. So like example, I didn't go sleep last night because I find a project where I'm today applying, and we need really money for make the project. So that is when we say innovation, high-end technology. But what it means for us, growing, developing, if we still have the problem with the gender equality, the problem with the well-being, with the poverty. Still we have poverty, no one SDG goals will not be never achieved. So I think that for all it is very important to encourage the richest people, because the richest people, I can say, they're only talking, they're not acting. Let them make more donations, not ask for us the money to pay. They need to make donations, they need to make voluntary actions. uh, if we are educators, we need to make, I can say, not twice at the holidays. We need to do that on the monthly base. If we want to, if we are talking about the financial literacy, let us educate our students how to save the money, how to spread the money, how to share the money with the others. So till we don't change ourselves and think on another way, we cannot talk. We can talk every day. I can say I can talk every day about any topic, but if I don't feel that in my head, if I cannot spread it around myself and do actions, then nothing will be achieved. So I will say in my country we need youth, we need population, we need a biggest natality. But unfortunately, till the governments, till the politics, till other don't give our youth and our young couples to have more kids, because maybe before 50, 60 years, when when parents, grandfathers, grandmothers, there were big family. I have 5 aunts, 4 uncles. Today, my niece only have me like a aunt. So, about what we are talking, and if we don't have population, who will act? Who will do on these problems, and how will we solve this problem? So that is for me the growing of the population. That is for me the SDG summits. Now I'm also here doing 2 months the G20 summit. And what are the points of the G20 summits? India is this year presenting with this summit. So we need education 360. We want to ensure inclusively equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities. Then already was talking about, we need to empower the woman, empower the youth. So there is that shift, there is that paradigm shift, which need innovations, integrations with the workforce. Dr. Shelia talk about the vet education. We need more developed vet education, because at vet education we don't need only the services, we need a production. So there's so many problems. We need modern industry. We need energy resource, sustainability, employability. Today, everybody is using the word sustainable. Everything what we are doing, everything what we are talking today is sustainable. Then we know that health is wealth. So we need food security. So there are so many opportunities, but here is the role of the policies. That is a role of the governments. We, like an individual, cannot do nothing. So we want resilient growth, inclusive growth, accelerated growth. We need investments. If we talk about the investments, then we will talk about production, export, import. In Croatia, well, we are living almost from the tourism. We have tourism. Albania, Dr. Špresa also, they have tourism. But tourism is not only field where we can get the money. So let us reform, reshape, restructure, reconstitute everything what we have. So I really can talk a lot about this topic. I didn't go on not individual on anyone, because I really don't know which one choose, because all are important. I go through all the 17 SDGs. But let us be here these 2 beautiful days. Dr. Richa, you make great this summit. You call amazing educators, entrepreneurs all around the globe. So we will come and we will bring so many new conclusions. We will make new actions, and I'm sure that tomorrow we will be again richer with our knowledge, and we will do more actions. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Professor Nada. The way you engaged with the audience and encouraged participation created a dynamic and interactive atmosphere. Smart villages, developed cities, best education, these were your key points. You made everyone feel involved and ensured that the session was truly engaging. Thanks, Professor Nada.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And thanks to our great audience. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And also thank you for informing us that it's Branka's birthday today. I think we all should take a movement and unmute our microphones and wish her for the same. Let me play some music also.
Many wishes, Branka.
Let's do
Many
it.
wishes.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Let's move to our next guest of honor and keynote speaker, Ambassador Professor Esther Mala, who's a prominent figure in Malaysia, serving as the country director of IPRH. With a diverse range of expertise, she is an international inspirational speaker, certified global trainer, soft skill trainer, parenting coach, child and youth development coach, and mentor. Ambassador Professor Dr. Mala has received numerous prestigious awards, including the Educationist Macedonia Golden Award and Leadership Award in 2022, the Best Global Educator Award, Worldwide Leadership Gold Award, and Most Influential and Iconic Leader Awards in 2023. She is an accomplished accountant and IT engineer in the UK and holds the position of Malaysian Education Ambassador for International Internship University. Additionally, she is an International Peace Ambassador, a respected Toastmaster, and actively contributes as a project director and international speaker. Thank you, ma'am. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Miss Sheikh Mehrin. Congratulations, welcome, namaste, good day to dear all honorable, respected delegates, world esteemed leaders, keynote speakers, and global citizens. I welcome today again every one of you to enjoy my sharing on SDG Goal 14, Life Below Sea. Let's explore. SDG 14 has 10 targets. If I have the time, I will list out later. Life below water. The seas, ocean play a vital role in providing and regulating climate, the food, rainwater, and oxygen for this earth. Malaysia has major challenges to overcome before achieving the targets of SDG 14. Malaysia has largely kept the proportion of fish caught from overexploited or collapsed stock at sustainable level. Moreover, Malaysia has retained close to 0% of fish caught, which later was discarded. Having said that, areas of concern for Malaysia would revolve around protection of key biodiversity areas and general marine areas, trawling and cleanliness of ocean. Why do I choose this topic? Let me tell you now, because life is source, water is a source of life for all living beings, besides clean air. And of course, every life has water, substance of water and oxygen, and for production and reproduction. Why life below water is so important? SDG 14 aims to protect and ensure that sustainable use of oceans are paid more attention. This includes the reduction of marine pollution and the impacts of ocean acidification, the ending of overfishing and conservation of marine and coastal areas and ecosystems. Oceans are our planet's life support as they provide water, food, and help regulate the weather. Oceans also provide jobs for more than 3 billion people who depend on marine biodiversity for their livelihood. Let's see in Malaysia what is one of our big problem. Turtles in Malaysia contribute a lot to our tourism industry. And now it's endangered species. We have many types of sea turtles in Malaysia, a total of 7 species of sea turtles and about 257 species of freshwater turtles and tortoise have been described. Out of 7 species of sea turtles in the world, 4 species come to the nest on beaches in Malaysia. And out of 257 species of freshwater turtles, the tortoise in the world. 100 species are native to Asia and 18 have been recorded in Malaysia. In Malaysia, the leatherback turtles nest primarily on the mainland beaches of Terengganu along 15-kilometer stretch of beach centered in Rantau Abang, Terengganu. The 4 species of sea turtles that nest on beaches in Malaysia are leatherback turtles, green turtles, hawksbill turtle, olive riddle turtles. What is water pollution? Water pollution results from harmful substance built up in its composition, rendering the water toxic and unusable to human and animals. This degradation in water quality also causes adverse effect on the environment as we use it for agricultural purposes. Some common pollutants include bacteria, parasites, pesticides, nitrates, pharmaceutical products, and so on. These substances are often invisible, especially in low concentration that get dispersed in seas and lakes. However, you can determine water quality by testing aquatic organisms. Ocean pollution in Malaysia is serious, with emission of 0.073 million metric tons per year, ranked third in the top 20 most polluting country based on annual plastic emission of rivers into ocean. Once in the ocean, the plastic can persist whilst carrying potential toxic pollutants over long distance for decades, up to centuries. Marine biologist Sylvia Earle was right when right on money when she said, "No water, no life, no blue, no green." Despite our understanding that water is a crucial life, pollution still plagues over ocean, lakes, river, and reservoir. So due to lack of time, I will just list out water pollution in Malaysia. It's in dire effects and cause for solution. Sewage waterways. What are the causes of pollution? Sewage waterways, fuel spillage, oil pollution, livestock, farming and agriculture. What are the effects of water pollution? We have to consider. Yes? How is marine life affected? Impact on marine life ecosystem. The most visible impact of plastic debris are the ingestion, suffocation, and entanglement of hundreds of marine species. Marine wildlife such as seabirds, whales, fish, and turtles make plastic waste for prey more than die of starvation as their stomachs become filled with plastics. Let's see what are the interesting facts about life below water before I end this presentation. Fun facts. 94% of the life exists in ocean. We know almost 250,000 marine cuttle live there. Cuttlefish have 3 hearts. Please search and what is there in having 3 hearts. Only 5% of ocean has been explored. Ocean critical in controlling greenhouse gases. Ocean generates 50% of oxygen we need and absorbs 25% of carbon dioxide, capture 90% of excess heat generated by this emission. The world's longest chain of mountain is under the sea. Coral produce their own sunscreen. Thank you, dear all. Let's celebrate the awareness and create. Let's celebrate and create awareness on SDG goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Esra. Your expertise in the field life below water is shown in every word of yours. And you explained every aspect relating to your country, Malaysia. It was clear that you have deep understanding and expertise, and it made all the session very valuable. Thank you so much, Esther. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. I would now like to welcome and introduce our keynote speakers and national delegates. So it's my great pleasure to welcome them. Each of these remarkable individuals hail from different countries, bringing with them a wealth of knowledge, expertise, and unique perspectives. Their dedication and commitment to their respective fields are commendable. And today we have the privilege of hearing from these thought leaders who have graciously agreed to share their insights with us. Their contributions will undoubtedly inspire and ignite meaningful discussions that will shape the future of our event. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to each keynote speaker and national delegate for joining us and taking the time to be a part of this memorable occasion. Without further ado, let's welcome and embrace the wisdom and expertise of our esteemed speakers and delegates. Also, with the utmost respect and consideration, I humbly ask our esteemed keynote speakers and national delegates to graciously adhere to the allocated time of 5 minutes for your presentations, as it will allow for balanced and engaging discussions during this time constrained webinar. Your concise contributions within this time frame will greatly contribute to the success and effectiveness of our session. We'll begin with, I don't think we have Ambassador Dr. Bhanji here with us, do we? Time of 5 minutes no. For your presentations, not here. It will allow for balance Ambassador Sampal during this time.
Mehreen, we are having Hardiana Devi over here.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
they all will join laterwards.
Sure. Of our okay, so I welcome Hardiana Devi Nofika, an enterprising entrepreneur and passionate mental health advocate from Indonesia. Her efforts in promoting mental well-being and entrepreneurship in her country are truly, truly
Mehreen, we are
commendable.
having
Over to you, ma'am.
Hardiana Devi over here.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
Okay,
they all
thanks a
will
lot
join
for the introduction,
laterwards.
Ms. Shafmira. And good morning, afternoon, and
Okay,
evening, ladies and
so I
gentlemen, distinguished
welcome
guests, and our
Hardiana
speakers and
Devi
participants
Nofika,
across the globe.
an
Also, my good
enterprising
friends in
entrepreneur
here, my
and
dear Professor
passionate
Nadia,
mental health
Sir Dr.
advocate
Anjum.
from
So good to see all
Indonesia.
of you
Her
here.
efforts in
And first of
promoting
all,
mental
my deepest
well-being and
gratitude to Professor
entrepreneurship in
Lakshmi
her
and
country
Swati,
are
the
truly, truly
DLO of
Mehreen, we
College
are
commendable.
for
having
organizing
Over
this
to you, ma'am.
wonderful
Hardiana Devi
summit.
over
And my
here.
name is Sardiana Devika
So
from
they all
Indonesia.
will join laterwards.
As a passionate mental health advocate committed to promoting good health and well-being, it's an honor for me to talk about sustainable development goals because I'm going to highlight the SDG 3, good health and well-being. Yeah, as we know that these goals set by the United Nations calls for collective effort to ensure healthy lives and promote well-being for all people in all ages. So when we think about health and world population, it's crucial to recognize that mental health is an integral part of overall well-being that also lead to the rate of population because as we know, mental health issues can affect the population rate to which society faces. And yet it has been a really long-term way to really combat this thing, and that's why we need to really educate the young generation, even all people in the world, about the stigma and many other things that leaving millions suffering in silence because mental health condition can affect anyone, irrespective of age, gender, or social background. It's time we break the silence and prioritize mental health in our pursuit of healthy world. So today, let us interconnect it of the mental health and the other dimension of well-being because in this mental health topics, I think we can agree that it can impact our productivity, relationship, and ability to contribute meaningfully to society. Because when we are having a healthy mind, for example, we can lead to the other the amazing things that can we bring to our society. So it influences our physical health and shape our perspective on the world. And when we prioritize mental health, we can create a solid foundation for individual to thrive and society to prosper. Because yeah, we know that in this world we got so many chaos problems, right? And if we don't have a balanced mine or maybe Darwin's Jessica, we might have even contribute to our local communities. So to achieve SDG 3, we must adopt a holistic approach that encompasses prevention, intervention, and destigmatization. So we need to, of course, invest in mental health promotion programs that educate communities about early warning signs and foster resilience. And today I'd love to share short tips about how we can do take action to achieve this SDG 3, because like Professor Nada already said, we can always talk everything. We can always talk about health and mental health every day, but if we don't take action from us, then it's not going to change anything, right? So first, we need to promote mental health awareness, because we need to raise awareness about mental health in the community, like by organizing this kind of things. We can encourage open conversation and provide accurate information to combat stigma and misconceptions. Because when we talk about stigma, if we don't have enough conversation, we might think like maybe it's taboo, maybe it's not the right thing to talk about it. So next, we also need support mental health education. So we have to advocate for the inclusion of mental health education in school curricula, work with educators and policymakers to develop age-appropriate materials that promote positive mental health practice and equip young people with the necessary skills to support their well-being. Because yeah, children, even teenagers, got so many mental health issues, especially with the academic results. So the third one is the things that we need always to remind ourselves, because prioritize self. Because yeah, take care of your own mental health and well-being, like practice self-care strategies such as regular exercise, mindfulness, healthy eating, and maintaining a support system is really crucial. Because by prioritizing your own well-being, you can set an example for others and ensure that you have the energy and resilience to contribute to health effectively. And the last one is combat stigma and discrimination. Yeah, because the challenge and combat stigma and discrimination associated with mental health is really a big problem nowadays. So we can start from ourselves, use our voice to educate others, to correct misconception, and also promote inclusivity. Because when we can support initiatives that aim to reduce stigma, such as anti-stigma campaigns and storytelling platform for individuals with life experience, it can really make other people to be heard, and also they feel not alone. So by nurturing supportive environment and providing accessible resources, we empower individuals to seek help and engage in such practices. And yeah, I think when we talk about mental health issues, it's really important for us to remind that we need integrated healthcare system that address both physical and mental health. Because yeah, we need to break down the silos between different healthcare disciplines, fostering collaboration, and ensuring that mental health services are ready available and affordable to all. Because if we compare in the big cities, in the countryside, even in the developing countries, it will be different. So we need to collaborate and network to really bridge the gaps. We are to bring the any kind of the needs that we have to develop in order to give the service about mental health. So by joining forces, we can really create a stronger collective voice for mental health. And the last thing that I want to highlight is we know that education plays a vital role in advancing SDG 3. So we must educate ourselves, our community, and our future generation about mental health, like raising awareness and dispelling misconception. Because if we don't stop it right now, tomorrow or the next day, it will be getting worse. So by incorporating mental health into school curricula and workplace training, for example, we can equip individuals with the knowledge and skills to promote their own well-being and support others in need. And yeah, finally, let us remember that advocacy goes hand in hand with policy change. So we also have the responsibility to engage with policymakers, because if I'm talking like this right now, it's not going to change anything, because if we don't have a decision makers, it's not going to change everything that we want to gather. So we must advocate for increased investment in mental health research, service provision, and the development of comprehensive policies that protect the rights of individuals living working with mental health foundation. So to conclude my speech, because I know we get a short time, so achieving SDG 3, we know it requires a collective effort to promote good health and mental health or well-being for all. And mental health is a really fundamental component of this goal, and we must address it with urgency and attention it deserves. Because some people might think like, yeah, mental health is not really as important as physical health, but it's not really. So together, let us help educate and transform our societies, making mental health a priority and ensuring that no one is left behind. Thank you so much for listening, and giving back to the moderator. Thank you so much. Urgency and attention it deserves. Because some people
Thank you so much, Haldiana.
mental health is not really as important as physical health, but it's not really.
And
Together, let
what time
us
you all
educate and transform our societies, making mental health a priority and ensuring that no one is left behind. Thank you so much for listening, and giving back to the moderator. Thank you so much.
and now we have thank you so much, Haldiana. Are you there? Shelly, and what time you all
Educate and
see?
transform our societies, making mental health a priority and ensuring that no one is left behind. Thank you so much for listening, and giving back to the moderator. Thank you so much.
And now we have thank you so much, Haldiana. Are you there? I think so. They both are not available just now. And Suraya Bano.
Educate and transform our societies, making mental health a priority and ensuring that no one is left behind.
Suraya Bano.
Thank you so much for listening, and giving back to the moderator. Thank you so much.
Sushila. Dr. Sushila. Thank you so much, Haldiana. Are you there? I think so. They both are
Hello, Dr. Rinja.
just now.
Richa.
And Suraya Bano.
Yes.
Yeah. Dr. Sushila. We are
Yes,
having
I'm
Dr. Sushila. She's Professor Suraya Bano University. And having Anju. Just
Richa, I'm not able to listen to you due to some problems.
Yes, Sushila.
Yes, Richa.
Anju. Yeah, you can see.
Am I audible? Dr. Richa, ma'am? Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Audible, thank you. Can I present? I'm not able to listen to you all. Richa, ma'am. Richa, ma'am.
Yes, Sushila, you can continue.
Yes, Dr. Sushila.
Yes, good morning. Good
You
morning
start
to all.
with your presentation? Yeah.
Okay. Good morning to all of you. Very good morning to all of you. First of all, I congratulate all the organizers, and specifically I congratulate my friend Richa and her team. I congratulate all the team. Am I audible? Some problem is there. Richa, ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible. You can continue with.
Okay, thank you. I have I have selected the topic that is related to, we can say that, to reduce inequalities. And when we are talking about the goals of the SDGs, one of the goal is to reduce inequality. And when we are talking about the equality, then in India, we can say that India believe that there must be happiness all over the world. Sarve Sukhini, Sarve Sukhini. We have the principle, and we can see with the religious books of India. Then we find that we believe in the happiness and well-being of the all the human being throughout the world. As such, we have adopted the Constitution of India. In Constitution of India, we believe and we start the preamble of the Indian Constitution with the "We, the people of India." And when we are talking about the "We, the people of India," that it means we, all people, not any, specifically not as a male or female or any, belong to any region, belong to any religion, but it means that we are equal. And as we have seen that, and we can go through the preamble of the Indian Constitution, and in this we are talking about the justice that is social, political, and economic. And we have the directive principles of the state policy in the Constitution of India, in directive principles of the state policy also, that we emphasize upon that there should be implementation of the goals of the which we have the in our preamble, and which are the objectives of the Indian democracy. And today we are in continuous with the celebration of the Population Day. And when we are talking about the Population Day, it means that we are inviting the attention of the whole world. And as today we are living in the in digital area, when we are living in digital area, we are living in a global village, and I feel very happy that Dr. Rita has given us opportunity to meet with the sisters at international level, and professors, and we can say intellectual at international level, and giving me opportunity to participate and to interact with you all people. Thank you, Dr. Richa, that you have given me opportunity. And my emphasis is upon the thing that if there is a equal distribution of wealth, and there is a no inequality in the society, then we will be able to achieve the all the aims which we have throughout the this various meeting conventions we have, that sustainable development we can. Because if we are seeing that in India also, I am talking about the India, that in India we have so many goals and we have so many objectives, and beautifully we can find that from the very beginning, from ancient time, we believe that equality. We believe in equality of all the person, whether male, female, whether belong to any caste. But after that also, we can see that we have so many problems. If we are talking about the equality, then we can go with the gender equality in gender in this area, that India is doing making various policies, and there are implementation of so many policies also. But one thing which I find that the mindset of the society is not developed so, and there is a development but uneven. And some of the we can see that in politics there are some female, and they are the voice of the people of their area. But in some of the places we go, if specifically we go to the villages, then in villages the female of that area, they are that we can say victim of malnutrition and victim of various professor we can say that evils in the society, and they are not able to present themselves. Though they have potential, they can do all these things, but they are not able to do this because of the barriers, because of the mindset of the people, and so many things. And I have seen these all things. We can see that medical facilities, though government is giving medical facilities but standard is not good, and people are in the government hospitals are not able to get their bed there also, and they minimum medical facilities are very difficult for them. So there is a need that first of all we must have infrastructure of such a type that there should be that we can say that if you have the healthy body, then you have the healthy mind. So it is necessary that there must be security for the health and education, health education. And if you go through the education system, and not just only criticizing, but there are so many things that we have. The right to education as a fundamental right, we added in the chapter, and we can say with the Article 21 of the Constitution. But after that also, we find that this type of facilities we are giving, how much infrastructure we have. There is a need that we must develop the infrastructure regarding this education, regarding health sector, and for the gender equality. And after that, if we see this, they are the people, they are I believe in caste system, and due to this caste system, we are seeing that some caste are taking benefit because from the very beginning they are having land also, because in India then mostly we believe and we are doing upon that we have the agrarian society, and in this time then some people are having most of the holding, most of the land in their hands, and when they have the such a economically sound, and they are able to govern the people who are in minority, who are economically weaker. So I don't mind that from here they get this you can say land, and how they have other person are not having. So there should be equal distribution of the land, so they can also, because if we can see that in India that is people are living in the caste system, and they are SC, ST, and BC. And for that purpose, for the development and for equal distribution and equal development of the society, the try is being made by the government, by the legislature, by the parliament, and Supreme Court of India is also playing very good role. But after that also there are some lacuna. I can see that in reservation policy, though it is for the development for their inclusive growth of all the distributors and the equal person. And if you can see that reservation is given to the SC and SC, and that reservation is being utilized by those castes, those persons who are already upon the higher post. So there is a need that the person who attend this type of that he is a first class officer and join first class, then this would be reservation to their son, their daughters, because that they have such an environment. So I am just giving only suggestions that because we have the limited time. So there should be equal distribution of the wealth, and if we are economically sound and economically equal, then there will be not impossible that is socially or say in social. So I am just spirit of the caste, then it will be dissolved, and it is necessary for all the persons that they have equal participation in the political system. We are having equal representation of all the sections of the society. Though we have the Panchayati Raj, and in Panchayati Raj there are the reservation with women also, but we have not achieved that. What we are achieving, we are doing every effort to achieve these things. But after that also there is a equality not in all the sections in the systems that we have to achieve. So there are the suggestion and that Madam chief guest, I think that was Shivaji Branka, and she was saying about that we need the villages and smart villages and developed cities. It's good we need these, and we can
Professor Nanda said this.
and that Madam
Yes.
we can achieve these, I think, and we can do these when we have the equal distribution of wealth. Because there is a necessity that we have to reduce inequality. And in this area, that Indian government has made various policies for the development of the female, for the girl child, various policies, very pronouncements, very notification we have. But after that also that we are notable during this because we have the lack of education, we are lack of awareness. The people who needs these all these are policies of program of the government, they are not able to take from this. And so there is a need that we make awareness, and as we have given a good platform to all of us that we can connect with each other. So in this way, go to the places, to the poor places of the city also. City also, they are women, they are the children, they are the feeling that they are not getting food as they want. So we have to improve our health centers, and these all that if we have the health facilities good, there is a social security, then we can easily develop and full growth. So this is the we can say dream that one day we will be equal in all the way, like political, social, economic, and in every manner, and there will be equal growth of the every person throughout the world. And India is the second in population. When India is second in population, then if India achieve this goal, then I can say that world will also achieve, because there is a great contribution of India in the development sector, and for this, when these that government policies are there. Thank you, Dr. Richa, that giving me opportunity, and thank you so much, because this is a platform we can interact with the international intellectuals, and not that here that we can see that empowerment of women, and in a very good manner. And thank you all for giving me time and listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Sushila. Now we are having Dr. Anjum Nazir Qureshi with us. She is Assistant Professor from Rajiv Gandhi College of Engineering, Research and Technology, Chandrapur, India. Welcome, Anjum. Dr. Anjum. नहीं आ रही? You're not audible, Dr. Anjum. You're not audible.
क्या होगा?
And now I'm audible?
Yes, yes.
Okay, ma'am. Yeah. So good morning, everyone, and greetings. I'm Dr. Anjum Qureshi from India. And firstly, I would like to congratulate the organizers for organizing such a wonderful event where we all can come together and discuss about our views. And as we are talking about sustainable development goals, so today I thought that I should be speaking on SDG 08, that is decent work and economic growth. And if you talk about India, India has already embarked on the journey to attain SDG 08, which talks about decent work and economic growth. And there are programs like Make in India, Startup India, Skill India, Digital India that have underlined and that are creating employment opportunities for the country's youth. The government is laying immense emphasis on creating conducive trade and business environments. And this was reflected in case of doing business, a report 2016-17 by the World Bank. The report stated that it now takes nearly 29 days to start a business. And all these initiatives reflect that the country is committed to obtain the targets set forth, and it is employing the two-pronged strategy of growth and development to achieve the same. And if we are talking about decent work and economic growth, I think we should pay more attention to it, because the SDGs, which start from the first goal, that is SDG 01, which talks about zero poverty. We can't be achieving zero poverty until and unless we promote and we come together to work on this goal, that is SDG 08. And when we talk about SDG 08, I would like to speak upon two issues, especially. First is, in India, if we want, we should be having, firstly, urbanization, industrialization. It should be encouraged. Because yes, industrialization is going on in India. Many people are doing it, and there are many industries that are coming up. But along with that, if we talk about here is, we should be involving the youth of the country. The brain drain that is happening, it should be avoided. The Indian youth, they should be given more opportunities to work in India. And in this line, yes, our Prime Minister is working, and we have come up with an initiative which is called as Atmanirbhar Bharat, the self-reliant India. Because in this, if we talk about the self-reliant India, at the college level, we have the cells that are running, that's the Institute Innovation Council and the National Innovation and Startup Policy, that work to encourage students to have their own startups, and not only the students, but the faculty to have their own startups when they are just students. And yes, this is a very great initiative that we are doing. Like being a convener of National Innovation and Startup Policy for my college, we know that we have been encouraging students. Through ISC, we have been conducting so many of workshops, conducting industrial visits for the students, and encouraging the students. And in fact, through the cells, we are encouraging the students that when they are in the third year, in the final year, they should be selecting the projects that will be converted into startups. Because we want that the students, they should not be searching for jobs. In fact, they should be becoming job givers. And that is one of the main objectives of the Self-Reliant India. And yes, if we talk about like the economic growth in India, in response to the pandemic, if we see, yes, there has been a decrease in economic growth, but yes, India, again, because it is an emerging superpower, it is a young nation, it is a nation filled up with youth. So there are now possibilities, and the youth are coming up. In fact, if we see the IITs, the IIT Delhi, IIT Mumbai, there are so many startups that have been registered, and there are so many startups that are running successfully in India. And this is one of the initiatives where we are trying to do. And for the decent work and economic growth, one issue that I would like to speak about is especially about the women's involvement of the women. The women should be involved. Because until and unless we give equal opportunities to women, and I think here when I'm talking about equal opportunities, yes, it just coincides with the SDG 10, which one of my previous speakers was speaking about, reducing inequalities. Yes, so here we should be stressing on involving more and more women in planning of the economy of the country, and encouraging more women to join the task force. So yes, that is again essential that the women join with us. And of course, for this, we should be promoting education. We should be promoting awareness, because without education, we can't be doing anything, because we know that education is the most powerful weapon that you can be using to change the world. So we have to encourage education. Each and every youth, not only in India, but around the world, they should be achieving education. We should be stressing more on professional education. And being a professor in an engineering college, what I always promote among the students is, right from when you are in the second year, the seminar topic that you choose, it should be such that till you reach the final year project should be converted into startup, and you should be registering a patent on that. So if we encourage our students for this, of course, we'll be having more of startups. Our students can be becoming startup owners. And that can be one of the steps, I think, as an educator, that we can be contributing towards achieving decent economic growth for all. And just a very small initiative that I would like to share what I have been doing. I have been associated with a social organization, and we are working in the remote areas. Chandrapur, it is a area which is affected with man-animal conflict. Yes, seeing tigers and leopards is a very common sight for us. And due to man-animal conflict, the women here do not go out and do not work. But what we have been doing is we have given trainings to the women, and now they're trying to convert the wheat into useful products. So now nearly 200 women have been associated with us. And that is entirely a different topic, a very long story. But yes, here we are working. And in this span of 2 years, 200 women are working with us. The women who did not or could not earn a single penny, who did not go out, they are working from their home to converting the water hyacinth, a bead like water hyacinth, into very beautiful and useful products like bags and table mats, yoga mats, and they are earning nearly 8,000 to 10,000 per month. So yes, and we know that if we work collectively, so this women will be earning more in future. So in such way, in fact, I would like to appreciate once again the organizers, because it's a great platform where the people from different parts of the globe join together and share their views with us. And this is a time that not just discussing, but yes, we should learn from each other, we should support each other so that we are able to achieve the SDG by 2030. So this is what I had to say from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Anjum. So it was the connection with the real world examples. You were connecting your students and the practical ways. Thank you so much. It was nice hearing you. Thank you so much, Dr. Anju. Now I welcome Ambassador Professor Dr. Michael Olusegun, the esteemed Chancellor of Nigeria, who brings visionary leadership and a wealth of experience to the academic landscape of his country. His commitment to education and governance is truly commendable. Welcome, welcome, sir. Your mic is off. Your mic is off. You're on mute.
Okay. I think I'm good like this. Yes. Thank you very much, Your Excellencies. Can you all hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Yes. Thank you very much, Your Excellencies, for organizing this great seminar and this great meeting. It's a mighty conference. I love the speakers and what everybody is saying. We're actually speaking on sustainable developmental goal, quality education. I have defined quality education, quality information between the learned and the unlearned, which make the learned earn respect from the unlearned. Even though Dr. Nelson Mandela himself, His Excellency, defined education as the most powerful weapon we can use to change the world. But when we look at the scenario where we are having our present world today, we'll notice that going to a good school with good seating, with good chairs, with good equipment, with all the necessary writing materials, they are very good because it helps the students have a comfortable environment while speaking. They will learn under a environment whereby it's conducive for them. They can do whatever they want to do. The teachers is at and they are listening and they are learning effectively. But as this goes on, you saw that like in my country here, there are so many students who, after going through the 4 walls of education, they are stranded. We come to find out that a lot of students go through school, and then after the end of the day, they end up moving around the society without anything to sustain them. Like currently, just yesterday in my country, will you believe this? A first-class degree owner from University of Ibadan, Google University of Ibadan, is one of the best universities we have in West Africa, in the whole of Africa itself. A first-class degree owner killed yesterday for stealing bread. A first-class degree owner was killed just yesterday for stealing bread. First-class degree owner. So are you saying for him to come out with first class, that means he has quality education? That means he has learned so much. But I'm saying quality education is the quality information that makes the learned earn respect from the unlearned. And guess the people that killed him were unlearned. So if someone will go through school and after going through education, after going through school, at the end of the day, cannot survive, cannot earn entrepreneurship or cannot be able to survive through what he or she has acquired from education, it is still not yet quality education. Where somebody has to go through school and they have to go and look for a job, and then the person who is employing that person will determine the value of the person's education. Imagine my country, we have the 6-3-4-4 system. What it simply means, you spend 6 years in primary school, 3 years in junior high, and then 3 years in secondary. Then you now go to university and spend another 4 years there. So you can imagine how long the person stay. And then at the end of the day, when the person has finished learning, the person will now go back to the labor market. Even coming out with first class degree, will now go back to the labor market looking for a job. And guess what? The people that will employ them are people who, most of them, do not even go through the educational system. You will soon find out that so many of them are moving through the labor market, and somebody who did not even go through education, who maybe all they could do was just the only 6 years in primary, now they are able to have a big company. And then after having that big company, now they are able to have big workers, learned workers all around them. And then they now start paying somebody who is a university graduate money. Before you know it, they pay them money, heavy money. And how much did they pay them? They pay them money so small as sometimes 10,000, sometimes 15,000 for somebody who is a university graduate. And then that one has to survive using that. This has become a major challenge, a major issue. So much that the country is going through a lot of problems. It's going through a lot of problems. And then at the end of the day, you find that some of these people, even when they are being paid, their salaries are being delayed and their salaries are being manipulated. And so that the person who employed them, the employer who didn't finish university, will end up telling them that, sorry, I can't pay you this month. I have to delay your salary because the things are not going well. At the end of the day, that becomes a problem. So when we are talking of quality education, we are saying that when people go through school, they should not come and become a liability in the society. Rather, they should be able to survive. Because they are not ready to make jobs all out there. They should be able to create industries. They should be able to create factories. When people go through the university or go through, what would I call it? Go through the economic system, go to the four corner walls of education, whether online or through the brick and mortar world, they should be able to come and bring out their innovation to realities and not become a liability to the society. Remember, they don't want to be a liability, but because there's no economic power, because there's no instinct. So many of them just go through the school and then they feel like, oh, now I'm a graduate. I'm a graduate in physics. I'm a graduate in chemistry. So what next? So what next? That becomes a big major problem. So we must come to understand that quality education is a quality information which we must use to earn respect from the unlearned. I keep giving this example. There's a professor in my country. A man actually had 2 children, and out of these 2 children, one actually went through the 4 corner walls of education. The other one did not go through the 4 corner walls of education. And at the end of the day, when the father now died, after the father died, they went for the burial. Guess what? The one who was a professor was respected because he's an academician. He was respected full force, and they give him full respect. So, but when it comes to burial, they were now discussing how much it will cost to bury their father, the cost of burial and other things. The professor spoke grammar, said a lot of things, and keep bringing out a lot of heavy grammatical terms, of course, terminologies which the people do not really understand that much, but respect him because he is a professor. But at the end of the day, when they told them that the burial will cost them 50 million, the professor sat down and he was quiet. He was pondering because he calculated how much his salary has been as a professor all throughout the university. Then get his brother, who never went through the 4 corner walls of the university, was already a multi-billionaire, dropped the 50 million naira at the spot. And guess what? The whole community started celebrating, jubilating, rejoicing, hailing that one who never went through the 4 corner walls of the education. That one now earned respect that moment. And before you know, they now told the professor, what do you have to say? What is your contribution? The professor could not even drop 2 million. That moment, the professor, even though he's highly educated, highly learned, knowledgeable, lost respect within that community. And that young brother who never went through the 4 corner walls of education became the one that was being celebrated. I am not saying that education has to do with money alone, but I am saying that when we go through the 4 corner walls of education, we should be able to become great entrepreneurs. not going into the labor market looking for jobs. We should be able to create jobs. Just imagine if you're a consultant and you're able to learn and you open your consultation firm and people are coming to you. Just imagine if after going to the 4 corner walls of education, you're able to study psychology, you open your own company and people are patronizing you. People come for consultation. That would be more honorable than you going out there looking for jobs that never exist. Not that the jobs are not there, but there are too many people out there looking for the same job. Quality education is very, very important. Quality information is very, very important. But until we start earning respect from what we have earned, those who never went through the 4 corner hours of education will not find the joy, will not find the pursuit, will not find the passion to pursue education. Today in my country, there's this set of youth, they call them Yahoo boys. You can Google it online. They call them Yahoo boys. If you tell those boys, they are so rich, very, very rich. Of course, they do it through other dirty means, though. They are so rich. If you tell them to go to school, do you know what they say? They say for what? They say for what? That who has education helped? They say for what? Who has education helped? They don't find the joy. They don't find the passion to go to school. Because after all, those who went to school after them, before you know, they are out there struggling. Will you believe that it's so painful in my country, so painful in my country, that a first-class degree holder, an economist, was begging to become a house help? In fact, the employer who was to employ him was one that posted it on social media. A first-class degree economic holder begging to be a house help. It's so painful. That's not quality education. This is somebody who has gained quality information, but yet cannot survive. If we must change the world, we must change the educational system. We must change the educational standard. Let's get partners. Even Bill Gates, the richest man in Nigeria now is Aliko Dangote. Let's get such people. Warren Buffett, let's get them involved. Jeff Bezos, let's get them involved. When people are going through education, we should be able to create a platform for them that before they finish, like what we are doing online, let them test what they have learned and then be able to empower them even before they finish. So that as they are finishing, they are going to the labor market, creating jobs, not looking for jobs. They are going to the labor market, creating opportunities, not looking for opportunities. When they go out there to create privileges. So that those who want to commit suicide, those who want to kill themselves, they'll find a way of rescuing them. Not they themselves looking for how to end their lives. Why? Because they cannot survive. Do you know in my country, somebody who went to the 4 corner walls of education was at the point of committing suicide, if not for neighbors that saved him. Somebody who went through education was at the point of hung up in the air, in the ceiling, and was trying to commit suicide. They asked him what? He said, look at his certificate, yet he cannot survive with it. He's tired of life. That is not quality education. Quality education is the capacity, the survival mechanism, the survival mentality, the capacity to say, I can do this. I do not go through the education to become a liability. I do not go through the 4 corners of education to learn, to come and become a problem to my society. I have gone out there to learn, to change the world, to survive, and to encourage the sustainable development goals, the 2030 goal, that it is achievable, we can accomplish, we can do it, and that is why we are here. And not just to look at ourselves as a liability, but rather that we are the glory, we are the future of our world. Thank you very much, Able Excellencies. Thank you very much. That's what I need to say. I still remain yours, His Eminence, Economical Patriarch, Cardinal Ambassador Professor Dr. Michael Rishebu-Geligbe. Thank you very much to all the Able Excellencies. Namaste. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You have a strong influence and impact on this field, and you had a charismatic and energetic presence that captivated all our audience. It was very energetic. You all were listening. It was very Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
You have a strong impact. Thank you so much.
on the screen.
Now we are having
And you had a
Dr.
charismatic
Vijay
and
Kumar
energetic
Salvia with
presence
us,
that
who is the
captivated
Presidential
all our audience.
Advisor, equivalent to Director General of India, the Director General, and he has in the Research Innovation Startup University. He's from the University of International R&D Creativity Organization, and he's the legend of startup. He's called as legend of startup innovation and skill development. He has 24 years of professional and social experience. At present, mentor for startups, innovation and R&D in leading engineering and management institute. He is awarded as international ambassador of Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan. Welcome, Dr. Salvia.
Legend of startup.
He's called as legend of startup innovation and skill development. He has 24 years of
Thank you very
professional
much.
and social
And now as it is afternoon, so according to India, good afternoon to all of you. I welcome all of you on this great platform. As this is the platform which is by our very esteemed and reputed organization, and we are thankful to all Dr. Richa Ranjan and all the teams, members, managements, and all whatever who are involving here for the development of the world, for the development of the society. So, with respect to the World Population Day, I congratulate, and also I would like to give the directions that we should work on the populations, we should work on the society. Actually, the Sustainable Development Goal and whatever the United Nations and all countries have developed such type of events, activities, and days only for for the happiness, for the peace, for the we can say the development and prosperity. So for the prosperity, to live in happiness, to live work together, and there should be a good affections and harmony in the society. So as today all speakers and all the leading persons are here to develop the words, it is an opportunity and it is a great, we can say, a work. And I privilege that we, the International Research and Development Creative Organization USA India, is working towards for such type of activities with the help of all you. So I also thankful to all of you that who was working for the populations. As you know, the population is now challenges to our. It is not. We can say it is not the serious problem, but it is a challenge, because as you know that there are several countries who are we can say have the challenge that have the less population, but there are several countries who have the more populations. So we have to manage it. And you know that the Sustainable Development Goals, we have this the number of goals in our that is by the verified by the United Nations organization and the different countries. So these goals are only for the society, for the populations, for how we can live happiness and innovative directions, and also the prosperous life. As and in the development type, the research and development, whatever we research, whatever we think about, whatever the creativity have, we have to develop our populations according to that manner. So we can judge a population. As you know, we have the Research Innovation Startup University, which having a slogan. We are having the slogan that is the right direction and right mentoring for the Sustainable Development Goal. We believe on right direction, right mentoring, and that the population also needs the right direction and right mentoring. All the right directions, if we have, means we have to guide a population, we have to guide a children, we have to guide our adults, we have to guide our youth, we have to guide our all the women, and all over the, we can say, the peoples, all the men's. Then we can say that if they have followed the right direction, then the populations, whatever the challenges, whatever the problems with respect to the population, it will not be affect our prosperity of the life. It will not affect our peace of life. So to manage the population, we must follow the right direction and right mentoring. And similarly, we must believe on the Sustainable Development Goal. We doesn't our Research Innovation Startup University has no slogan of any we can say from any religious or like that. We believe on this university believes on the Sustainable Development Goal. So and I am happy to work for that, because you know that whatever the ideals, rules, regulation, values, and our religious, that all only they have the only the one goal, that is the peace and harmony and prosperity in the life. And this peace, harmony, and the prosperity can be only achieved by the SDGs we have. That is the vision is the vision is only, that is the idealism and values of our religions. But the mission is by the Sustainable Development Goal. And we should, I invite all of you to collaborate with our organization to give the success and whatever, to give the, we can say, the good part to our new generations. As you know that our generation should be guided in a right direction, and we have to mentor with a proper way. So World Population Day, it is the, we can say, today we are here on this platform, and I thanks to all our moderators, all our speakers, all our chief guests, and all the management by who has organized this a very good function. And also, let's come. We are working for the various activities, the total academic development, total development of the universities in all over the world, and all the institutions, industry in the interactions. So let's come to give the peace and a good direction to our population, to good directions to our society, and we should follow these sustainable development goals in a good manner. As you know that the Sustainable Development Goal and the world population is totally depends on what you achieve and what you have the vision and mission. So everybody should have the vision and mission to develop the countries, to develop the society. And first, if we believe that is the change in ours, if you change yourself, then the world will automatically change by your action. So every action, there is a reaction. And we should work with this environment. Our steps should be based on the environment friendly, because environment is the mentor of our living beings. So thank you all of you, and have a great day. And I appreciate all your efforts. Have a nice day.
Thank you, Dr. Salvia. Thank you. You possess a deep understanding and expertise in your subject matter. And you spoke about population problems relating to SDG goals. And that was nice hearing you. Thank you, Dr. Salvia. Now, Shelly Sharma has joined. Before we made you a call, but you weren't there.
Yes, ma'am. I'm so sorry about that.
Now, we welcome you here. I'll just introduce Shelly. She is yoga and fitness expert and Ayurvedic what we can say is, she has been working as a yoga and fitness professional since last 11 years. And she is postgraduate in English, but she has done diploma from Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, and from Phuket. Welcome, Shelly. You can relate yourself, your yoga, you can relate it to all over the world. How is it helpful? You can in SDG goals, and what is the benefit of health and health of yoga?
Thank you so much, ma'am. First of all, good afternoon to every last member present over this virtual meet. Thank you so much for having me here. Thank you, Richa ma'am, especially. Thank you to SDG team also. And thanks to everybody who is listening out there. So before heading towards anything, let it be an interactive session a little, if everybody is ready for that. Am I audible enough? Yes? I'm audible enough.
Yes,
Okay,
you're audible.
All right. Okay, so before heading towards anything, let's go back a little in time. Okay, if we talk about a few decades ago, how health was used to be measured. Can anybody tell me how health used to be measured in those times? It was actually, it meant to be. Healthy was not a key, it's a lifestyle or something like that. It was meant to be healthy in those times, isn't it? A few decades ago. Can we say like this about it? But now, as we proceeded in time, and as we always say that we are going towards progression, and obviously we all are progressing, but in which way are we progressing? Can anybody talk about, hello, am I audible enough? Yes?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay.
Professor Nada and Esther, you're going to reply the questions.
Yes.
Yes.
I'll be asking a few questions now.
We'll be interactive.
So today, as we say that we are progressing towards health, and we all have so health trees. But are we really healthy? Are we really healthy?
No.
The thing, no, actually, no. The thing which used to be meant to be, but now it is not meant to be. It's a very conscious effort that we have to do this to be healthy, we have to do this to be healthy. This thing have happened. So are we really progressing towards health? I don't think so. So a few measures should be taken as you all are so learned people in your own fields. But I feel that if we want to do anything in our field, we have to progress in any field. First and foremost priority is being healthy. Topmost priority is health. Some voices there. Okay. Audible enough? Yes. You can just raise a thumb. It's okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. So a little effort towards our health. We'll be starting from today. If anybody in the group, those who can see me, are they doing some healthy measures? Are they taking some healthy measures in their lifestyle? Ajkal, are they doing something? Any yogic practices or anything like that? Are they following Ayurveda? Yes or no? Yes, very nice. I have one. I have one. I have two. Yeah, that's nice. I have three. That's nice. Okay, so I have four, five. Everybody on the screen. That's really nice. That's really nice to hear. So actually, as we were talking about population and everything, and so many aspects we were talking, one is really a fruitful session. I was just wondering that if we educate our children about health also in this way, then things might change in future as well. They are the future upcoming generations. And if we are not going to give this truth to them, then obviously it's going to go waste. Today, the thing which is meant to be healthy, yeah, was meant to be healthy, has become a conscious effort. So, what kind of conscious efforts we can do today? For example, earlier sleep and all, like basic timings of food and all, they were meant to be in a particular time. We used to eat in time, we used to sleep in time. Today, what has happened is that sleep is also being induced by a medicine because of anxiety and stress and frustrations which we all are having. So now to reduce that, we all know that what is the most important way to move towards health? We just celebrated on 21st of June also. And what was that? Can anybody tell me? Yes,
International Yoga Day.
Yes, International Yoga Day, 21st of June. So yoga is in our roots, we all know that. And it's in up to it has spread wide wordly. So now what we can say is that at least 1 hour yogic practices in the morning, they keep mind, body, and soul together. We all know that yoga is a communion of mind, body, and soul. And if we do that in the morning, and if we also tell our children also to do them in the morning. So what is the impact which you are looking forward in our children? Can we get that? The impact which we want, can we get that? Yes. Yes, everybody can correlate with these. Yes, everybody can. Okay. So the people, those who are watching, are they doing pranayams and yogic practices in the morning? Pranayams also? Yeah, no one is 100% healthy. Stress has created, somebody has written something. Stress has created, yeah, I can see that. Well, I just
Yeah, Esther Mala.
Yeah. Thank you so much for responding. Yes, nobody is perfectly healthy. We just all say that we are healthy. So just one parameter. Actually, we really do not need any kind of gadgets or machines to measure our health today. What we can do is in the morning, just ask one question to ourselves. Are we feeling like going to work? Yes or no? This is just the only parameter today. And if it's an 80-20 reply also not today, then also I'll call it an optimal health level. But today the reply from children, what we get is 20-80. Don't feel like going anywhere. Don't feel like getting up from the bed. Everything is just falling apart. So for that falling apart, if everything is just falling apart, we all have to get mind, soul, and body together. And only that can be done with yogic practices. Yoga is the soul of India. We all know that, and Ayurveda as well. Ayurveda also, people are following here. Those who are watching. Yes, I'm not here to describe the definition of Ayurveda, but still I would describe it in a very small form. Ayu plus Veda, knowledge of life. We all know that, and we know that we have 7 prototypes in that and different body types in that. If children can get a little knowledge about this, just a little, just an outline of this knowledge, then things can change for our future as well. So here I would just sum up with this much that just breathe in and breathe out, mind, soul, and body together throughout the day. Sleep should not be induced with a medicine, and just get up and just ask one question in the morning. Are we healthy enough? Are we feeling like going to our work? If the answer is yes, then we are healthy enough. So I would like to sum up here with just that we should practice, because I'm not going to take much of time. We should practice yoga in the morning and tell our children also over this auspicious occasion. And thank you everybody for being a part of this. Thank you, ma'am. Yeah.
Thank you, Shelly. You had captivating and compelling speaking style. Yeah, that
Thank you
keeps
so
the
much.
audience actively involved and interested. And
Thank
you
you.
have ability to motivate and inspire the audience. And we were captivated by your story related to yoga for better health. Yeah, you spoke very nicely. Thank you, Shelly.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we are having our another speaker, Dr. Himani Narula, co-founder and director, consultant development pediatrician from India.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Richa. I'm Dr. Himani. I'm a developmental behavioral pediatrician. And today I'm going to be touching up on the SDG 3, that is health and well-being for all. Being a pediatrician, I mostly deal with children. And being a developmental behavioral pediatrician, I work as a barrier to bridging the health requirements or healthcare needs for children with special needs and abilities. So we are working at, I have an organization which caters to the needs of children with special needs, where we are trying to build an inclusive healthcare system for our children with special needs. We all are aware that the healthcare now cannot work and cannot be practiced the same way as 10 years down the line. We need to work at changing, modifying, because the disorders, the disabilities, the neurodevelopmental disorders that we are seeing in today's time are significantly on the rise. So there are various healthcare barriers to these needs. So there is lack of awareness, there's shortage of trained and medical and paramedical healthcare professionals. There is a significant rising need for child development and healthcare centers. There is more need in investing more and more in health research. There is significant paucity of strong advocacy from people. There is infrastructural inadequacy, lack of assistive technology, lack of knowledge amongst probably even the policy makers about various developmental disabilities, and there's significant lack of funds when it comes to healthcare. So I, as a founder to the organization, we work at bridging these barriers at every level by working constantly towards raising awareness through our multimedia approach, through public education, through public awareness campaigns. We work at educating the healthcare professionals, the paramedics, the doctors, pediatricians at early identification and picking up and identifying children with disabilities early, so that we can provide early interventions and reduce the disability. And we also work hand in hand with medical research. We conduct a lot of research in our organization towards creating more scientific evidence in teaching and in working or intervening our children with special needs, and in being able to take a more appropriate decision with best evidence. So we have a lot of we are also working at an information technology based platform, trying to create a platform so that we can bridge the community, the healthcare people, the interventionists, the doctors, and the caregivers, everybody together, raise awareness amongst the parents, partner them, the community health workers, partner them in raising awareness and in connecting all the dots through a technology platform, so that we can work at screening, surveillance, assessments, timely referrals, early developmental identification, early developmental interventions, and if needed, medical management. So we are trying to create that bridge as a developmental pediatrician also, who is whose basic motive is to become a bridge between a child with special care needs, parents and families, support them at the right time, and the team who's intervening to connect all these dots and work towards better health and well-being for our children with special needs and disabilities. That is how me and my organization are constantly working towards raising awareness and building an inclusive system or an inclusive space for children with disability and special needs. Thank you so much, Dr. Richa, for having me, and thank you so much for everyone for patiently listening to our efforts to creating a better and a healthier space for our children.
Thank you, Dr. Himani. Thank you, Dr. Himani. It was commendable. Insights were very nice, and your presentation left a lasting impact to me, for sure. The key insights and ideas you shared have given me a fresh perspective and new ways to approach the topic. And as you are dealing with the child psychology, the burning issue, the need of an hour, the bridge, the gap, how that should be met, was beautifully said by you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now I welcome Dr. Sujata Singhi, an accomplished author, international speaker, and peace ambassador. Through her insightful messages and dedication, she promotes peace. She inspires and empowers individuals worldwide. Welcome, Sujata ma'am. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you so much, and heartiest congratulations to the whole team for bringing up this beautiful platform. And yes, when we are talking about life, today being talking about the sustainable goals and the world population, here I will be speaking from 2 points, one as an economist and the other as a wellness ambassador. So as a sound and a spiritual scientist, when I was doing my research, in fact, my doctorate, we found that there are a lot of things which we as individuals do not realize ourselves. So when there is no awareness, where are we going? So here, let me start with how population plays an important role in the sustainability of the whole of the planet. So here, all the 17 SDGs are going to come together because it is not about one individual, but as a whole population and how it impacts the world. The 17 SDGs, which is working towards creating a balance between the growing population and the quality of life in relation to the resources available. Here, when we talk about the resources, it's about the food, it's about the education, it's about the infrastructure, the socio-economic condition, the political conditions, in fact, all arenas of life, and how this imbalance is creating a huge lot of impact at the micro level in each individual's life as well. So we are moving from seeing the bigger problem, the larger picture, to seeing it, how it's impacting our life and how we can create that rippling effect within us so it radiates out to this whole big macro problem. Now, coming in this era when we are aware and the UN is brought up the 17 SDGs, let us go back to the 1930s when the Malthus theory had addressed this issue and the possibilities of various disturbances that humans would face in the scene of growing population and the fight for resources. Yes, it's almost a decade now. And by 2100, that is after almost 70 years, what is going to be the scenario? We are going to rise from being 8 billion in population today to becoming 100 billion, or is it going to be reduced to 11 billion? Yes, this catastrophic figures shows that we need to take action right now. Various organizations around the world are conducting research to figure out how the population can be not just controlled, but also the quality of the population be enhanced so that they see the new light of growth and development. As humans, we have a right to a respectful life. We have a right to a happier life, to a healthier life, to a more balanced life. However, this condition doesn't look so conducive in the situation we are right now. Now, the 17 SDGs, when we talk about, is it going to see the new light of being just 11 billion or rising beyond that? And is the disparity going to be reducing over the years with more education, or is it going to become larger? As per the Malthus study, also waging of wars for resources was a big concern. And we have seen in the past 2 centuries, waging of wars has become extensively a means to meet the needs. However, this condition can explode further if not handled now. Right population with right education, with right wellness, with right understanding of life, and with the right social, political, and economic conditions can be curbing this issue, which will become a far distant dream for many who are seeking power. As a World Peace Ambassador, the first thing which we look for is how can we bring about peace? But before that, we are also looking at what is causing the unrest. And population is one of the reasons. Higher the population, more the resources required. When not being able to meet them, there are the negative impacts which comes into play. And these negative impacts not just stops the growth and development, but deters what is already there. At the environmental level, at the socio-economic level, and also at the personal growth level of all the humans who occupy Earth. Now, it is not just, the Earth is not just humans. It is for all beings that occupy it. And unfortunately, as humans, we have taken the reins into our hands and forgotten that we have a responsibility of taking care of those beings, of those lives on Earth, rather than using them, exploiting them for our own means. From where does this particular aspect come into control? There are various ways which can be controlling the human mindset. First, change the mindset to understand that when all beings on Earth are happy, humans can be happy. It's not vice versa. As it's rightly said, that if all the insects and the bees, they are eradicated from the planet, man will not be able to exist in the next 10 to 12 years, which is scientifically also proven in a small research which was done. Again, if man is eradicated from Earth, all lives on Earth will thrive. What an insult to mankind. Where are we going? Understanding that individuals, when educated, with regards to their roles, responsibilities, to their contribution to the population, will create a big impact. So the first step would be towards educating the adults, and adults radiating this education to the children. The next point, which is very important, is understanding the concept of interdependent living. We cannot live in isolation, dependent on all resources that we have. And the third most important aspect is understanding the socio-economic and political conditions to be made conducive for growth and development. India, we have a lot of projects which have come up, not just at the institutional level, but we have started with a new education policy as well, which allows the integration of innovation and incubation in all institutions so that growth and development can take place. Research and development is encouraged. As I am one of the resource person of iCreate, the biggest incubation center of Asia, I have noticed that we are not just working towards educating them to think creatively, we are also bringing them into giving information, giving them an incubation, giving them the funding from the central government so that the people who are in the zone of higher intellect, in the zone of creativity, in the zone of research and development, do not stand back with lack of resources. The other aspect is not just the government of India, but the various institutions which have built up. Some of the biggest institutions of research and development are in India, and this covers almost half of the world. Yes, ICER is one of them. And we have huge institutions on research and development, which also attracts the resource people from universities like the Ivy League ones, the Harvard, Stanford. We have all of them contributing to it. Yes, if we are able to understand and be informed about what are the resources we have and how we can have this inculcated or becoming a part with collaboration with the various other institutions, then I think the days are not far when we see a happier world, a more understanding world, a more economically and developed world, and yes, a peaceful world for all. If we want to look at a new light in our lives, because humans, the most creative of all beings, the most intelligent of all beings on Earth, we need to take the reins in our hand and see how we can march ahead and make this world not just beautiful, but a place which is happier for all beings. So if you want to know more, you can look at our organization, which is Divine Soul Sound, working on the mission of joyous living. And as a resource person for research and development, I look forward to bringing up more of youth to be empowered, not just from India, from across the world, collaboratively work with the resources we have and bring about a change that we look forward to. All the 17 SDGs of the UN can be satisfied if we understand the concept of collaboratively working towards the common goals of happiness, peace, economic, and social development. Thank you so much for hearing me out, and I hope to see all of you with more thoughts being shared and making the world a better place. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Sujata Singhi. And Dr. Sujata, it was clear and concise delivery. Your communication skills are exceptional. And it was easy for audience to follow. And yes, collaboration will surely bring our country, not country, whole globe on the top. Thank you so much. Now I welcome Ambassador Piyush Raja, an accomplished assistant professor in India who combines his academic prowess with his diplomatic experience. His multifaceted approach to education and diplomacy is highly regarded, making him an invaluable asset in his profession. Welcome, Dr. Piyush Raja.
Ma'am, namaste from India. I congratulate to Professor Dr. Richa and all dignitaries for being the part of this conference. I would like to say about quality education because being a teacher, being a citizen of India, it is very necessary thing. So I would like to say about quality education. We all know higher education plays a vital role in sustainable growth and progress of any country, like our country, India. For this reason, that it educates people on the field, broadens their minds, improving thinking ability, develop logical thinking, improves analytic strength. Furthermore, it provides opportunities, prepares students job, aids in the formulation of the country fiscal, agriculture, and industrial progress, raises public awareness, the issues, and engages citizens in the nation for building process. We all know in India, government have many initiatives. So I would like to quality education in India has been a topic for not only for discussion. While there have been significant improvements, challenges still exist. Here are some key points regarding quality education, which I would like to discuss. First one is government initiative. The Indian government has launched various initiatives to improve quality education. These include the Sarv Shiksha Abhiyan, SSA, the Right to Education Act, RTE, and the Rashtriya Madhyamik Shiksha Abhiyan, RMSA.
I think Dr. Piyush. We can wait for 20-30 seconds or more. Dr. Piyush? I can go for the next speaker and Dr. Piyush can speak afterwards. I'm inviting our next keynote speaker, Hamid Rasool, a global trainer and SDG speaker from Pakistan, who actively raises awareness and promotes sustainable development goals. His dedication to create a positive impact and inspiring changes truly commendable. So we invite Hamid Rasool on the platform, and Dr. Piyush Raja will join after a few minutes. Dr. Piyush is over here. Dr. Piyush, yeah, you can continue.
Yes, ma'am.
We were invited the other speaker. So
there is a network issue in my area. I mean Bihar, and here is very raining. It is raining here.
Yeah, here also it was kind of such weather only. Welcome.
Okay. And third one is teacher quality. The quality of teacher plays a vital role in delivering quality education. Efforts have been made to enhance training programs and improve teacher-student ratio. However, there is still need to address the shortage of qualified and motivated teachers, especially in remote areas. My father is also retired from university, and he always told me, son, don't give wrong education to your students or anyone. This is a big crime. So my point of view is in quality education, teacher quality also necessary thing. Curriculum and pedagogy, the curriculum and teaching methods. The fourth one is the curriculum and pedagogy. The curriculum and teaching methods have evolved over time. With shift towards more learner, efforts have been made to promote critical thinking, creativity, and practical skills. However, there is a need to further align curriculum with the need of a rapidly changing world, including technology integration and the vocational education. The fifth one is standardized assessment. A standardized assessment National Achievement Survey, NAS, and National Eligibility Cum Entrance Test, NEET, aim to evaluate and improve the quality education. These assessments help identify gaps of areas, improvement, enabling targeted interventions. The sixth one is digital education. We all see the COVID-19 pandemic accelerated the adoption of digital education in India. Online platform, we all are here since March 2020. We all see digital education, online platform and digital resources have played a crucial role in ensuring continuity of education. However, the digital divide remains a challenge, particularly in rural areas and limited internet connectivity and access to devices. The seventh one is inequality and access, socio-economic disparities and regional disparities continue to affect access to quality education in India. The quality of the education can vary significantly between urban and rural areas, government and private school, and different states. Addressing these disparities and ensuring equal opportunities for all is crucial, improving overall quality. The last and eighth one is parental engagement. The involvement of parents and community is essential for promoting quality education. Parent-teacher association, awareness programs, and parent education initiative can contribute to better learning outcomes and overall the improvement of the students. While significant efforts have been made to improve the quality education in India, there is still work to be done. Collaboration between government, educational institution, teacher, parents, and the wider community is vital to ensure access the quality education for all children in the country. Thank you, Dr. Richa, for giving me the opportunity. Thank you. Namaste.
Namaste. Namaste. Thank you, Dr. Piyush. And thanks for bringing insights about quality education. And education is priceless. This is due to education we all are together on this platform. And surely due to this network and everything, but education is must for everyone. Thank you so much.
Yes. I have made a PPT, but still a network issue. I have not discussed all the things. But
no issues. Next time we'll surely see your PPTs. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now is Hamid over there?
Yes, I'm there.
Yeah. So I welcome Hamid Rasool, a certified
I'm
global
audible.
trainer and trained SDG speaker from Pakistan. And his dedication to create a positive impact and inspiring changes commendable. Welcome, Hamid Rasool. Welcome. You can speak, Hamid.
Thank you so much for inviting me in such amazing conference. I'm audible to all of you. Hello?
Yes, you're audible.
I'm audible.
Yes, you're audible.
Thank you so much for organizing such amazing conference. I'm Ambassador Dr. Hamid Rasool from Pakistan. Actually, I'm a student of Bachelor of Eastern Medicine and Surgery in University College of Conventional Medicine, certified University of Bahrain, career counselor as well as global SDG speaker, peace ambassador, and social activist. First of all, I am extending my thanks to all the beautiful organizers of this conference, as well as all the distinguished speakers. They are all as my teacher, such as Professor Nada here and all others, yoga trainers, educationalists, economists, teachers. I'm so happy to be among such great people to be the part of such great conference. Today we are going to talk about the population, our population, and how we can control it, and what will be the challenges of population in upcoming centuries. Our population, as we say, we are human beings. We are responsible for all other organisms on this Earth surface that are have that we should control their health. We should control their population as well as also. As our population is the one of the biggest challenge in upcoming centuries and for the future generation, and we should to guide youth about the population, that how we can control it. But especially female should be more educated. We should educate more female about the our population and how we can control it. But here I am so happy that the number of females in this conference are more than males. That this show that female are more conscious about our population. As we know, suppose I will give you an example. Are responsible for other organism. Suppose in a forest there are 4 organisms live. one human and one deer, one lion and one plant. Suppose I've given an example that how much human being is important for other organism. If we remove lion, the deer population will rise. It will affect the population of other, and it will be danger for other. If we remove deer from the forest, then the lion there will be nothing for a lion to eat. But if we remove plant from the forest, so there will be no life for deer as well as for human as well as for lion. So as plants that are more responsible for to how to control and how to decrease the noise and as well decrease the air pollution, water pollution, as well as other importance and economical importance also. But human, as if the population is increasing, there will be more such as there will be more water pollution there will be more uh, air pollution there. So if we control our population, so we can live healthy. So thank you so much for inviting me in such great conference. I am fortunate to be among such great global change maker. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Hamid. Thank you. Now I welcome Dr. Shivani Gupta, an assistant professor in law from Punjab University, Chandigarh. She is legal expertise and she is dedicated to education field. She plays a vital role in shaping the minds of aspiring legal professionals. Welcome, Shivani ma'am, Dr. Shivani. Your microphone is off.
Hello, very good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible and visible?
Yes, yes, yes.
Thank you so much, Professor Richa, and the team of Swami Devi Dayal College for organizing this wonderful event and for giving us a platform to interact with people all around on this event conducted by India. As far as the topic for the day is concerned, my topic is with respect to green and clean energy. Now, since we are already celebrating World Population Day, as and how population has been increasing, our demands for energy have been increasing. To give you a very small and simpler aspect, the moment we begin our day until the time, let's take the simplest thing, that is the mobile phones, the laptops, and a number of things. It is even time when we are now of we need electricity. And when it comes to the demands for energy in the form of electricity, this is one form of energy which has become the dire need of the population. No doubt the government has been doing, all governments have been doing, they are doing a lot for the production of energy, especially in the form of electricity. But the issue here is, what should be the thing done? What should be the kind of mode adopted, which is cleaner and greener? How that is? What do we say is, though we have populated, though population is growing, though we need to develop, but how can it be sustainable development? Now, when it comes to the aspect of electricity, electricity is produced in forms, as we all know. There's hydroelectricity, then we have thermal electricity, we even have wind electricity at a certain place. But one of the new form of energy sources for the production of electricity is nuclear energy. What is this nuclear energy? Nuclear energy is the energy stored in the nucleus of the atom, and it is released into the nuclear fission reaction. Now, not going now deep into the intricacies of physics, this energy is preferred of energy for many of you. Only talking about the sustainable reasons, one is that it is called to be a greener source of energy. How a greener source of energy? Because as compared to nuclear energy, the other sources of energy, that is thermal energy, is one energy which can be produced in abundance. But when it comes to the production of thermal energy produces a lot of carbon dioxide gases, especially carbon monoxide. Also sulfur oxides, nitrous oxides, which are deteriorating the environment. They are derogatory to the environment, sustainable growth. On the other hand, when we talk about nuclear, there is no such issue in harmful gases. Some of us might be having this thing in mind that yes, nuclear releases out radiation, but that release of radiations is not so obvious because nuclear radiations are released only in case of a nuclear catastrophe. And as of now, though they were working, they were very bad. We have 3 nuclear disasters, of which 2 were relating to nuclear power plants. But we shall also forget one of these aspects is that the nations world over are having the best of the infrastructure, are making the implementation of the best of the laws and the best of the scientific systems and technology for the generation and production of this sort of energy. Also, another aspect is then when we talk about sustainability, one of the aspects of sustainability is social justice. How nuclear energy can help in social justice? 2 basic aspects. One is, as far as an empirical study has been conducted, it says that nuclear energy is one of the sectors that has been providing maximum employment. And employment as it is something that is helping us in sustainable development towards increasing the GDP of the country and increasing the earning capacity and the lifestyle of the converting it into a better one. And the other aspect is that the production of nuclear energy is far way better when it comes to its cost comparison. That is, it is more costly. So not taking mind, we didn't want to sometimes that all of the nations world over, through their kind of organizations that they have, for example, as far as India is concerned, this aspect is mostly dealt up by ERB, that is the Atomic Energy Regulatory Board. And for this aspect, NPCIL, that is Nuclear Power Corporation of India Limited, is the body which is basically engaged in the production of energy by the nuclear power plant. And towards sustainable development, there are even corporate responsibility goals that have been enshrined that put upon these organizations. So, as a progressive nation and the nations all around that we have been developing, I support nuclear energy to the aspect that if it is produced, if it is used for obviously peaceful purposes, I am in favor of using nuclear for the purpose of proliferation. It is one of the best modes of energy generation, especially in the ambit of sustainable development. Thank you so much. Any questions?
Thank you so much, Shivani. And it was a nice session of yours. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now we are inviting our next speaker. She is Elizabeth Castillo. And I'll tell about her something. She is multi-awarded international author, poet, and visual artist from Philippines. She is also speaker in international writer conferences and global peace summits, ambassador and international consultant and advisor of Youth Crisis Awareness and Peace Forum. And she is Doctor of Literature holder given by the International Literature and the Arts Academy in Ukraine. Welcome, Dr. Elizabeth Castillo. Welcome.
Thank you, Professor Richa. And I'm honored to be one of the international delegates and keynote speakers of this wonderful global summit. So today I'm going to discuss SDG Goal 1, End Poverty in all its forms everywhere. This is in line with Envision 2030. So along with the growing population, extreme poverty, especially in poor countries, follow. By 2030, the UN targets to eradicate poverty for all uh, people everywhere, currently measured as people living in less than $1.25 a day. So we need to reduce at least half the proportion of men and women and children of all ages living in poverty in all its dimensions according to national definitions. We need to implement social protection systems and measures, provide equal rights to economic resource, access to basic services. Pakistan, along with the Philippines, are poor countries experiencing scarcity of food supply because of climate change and political conditions. Okay. Here in the Philippines, our population rate is quite big, and along with it comes poverty, lack of proper education, lack of basic necessities, unemployment, public health crisis, and others. So population control needs to be addressed with proper dissemination of information and public awareness readily made available. With a huge population, children are the ones who are experiencing difficulties. I am an advocate of women and children's rights, so uh, I am concerned with the condition of the suffering children and women in poor countries and developing countries. So, with the huge population, children are the ones who are experiencing difficulties like malnutrition. Uh, they lack proper education. A lot of them cannot go to school because of financial difficulties and access to good and adequate medical services. So on World Population Day, this is one of the major issues that needs to be addressed by our world leaders. So SDG Goal 1. That's it. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Elizabeth Castillo. I'm also advocate of women and children rights, and I've organized many international conferences of women and of human rights. So nice to hear from you that you're also an advocate of women's. Nice to hear from you. And next we are having Reena, Dr. Reena Kansal. She is an accomplished assistant professor of law at Punjab University, Chandigarh. Her legal acumen and dedication to academic inspire and shape the minds of future legal professionals. Welcome, Dr. Reena Kansal. Dr. Reena Kansal. Dr. Reena, are you there? Dr. Reena, Dr. Harpreet?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Dr. Harpreet, you can speak. We are having our speaker, Dr. Harpreet. She is esteemed assistant professor in law from India, who brings her wealth of expertise of passion for legal education. And welcome, Dr. Harpreet.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. As ma'am told, my name is Dr. Harpreet Kaur, and I'm working as assistant professor in CGC College. And thank you for giving me an opportunity to share my view on this platform. So today I would like to talk about gender inequality in terms of men, because we have seen everybody is talk about feminism and the rights of the women, but I think there are some other sectors that are being deprived from their rights, and I think the man is one of them. I believe that men are being rights of men are being violated, because in Indian system lots of rights has been given to the women, and judiciary also favor the women's. We can see in our legal system like dowry law, and there is a maintenance law. So these type of laws are generally in the favor, but there are some things that are being ignored by the judiciary. So I would like to put some lights over it. For example, these days the dowry laws are being misused by the women's, and they filed fake charges over the husbands, and they demand for a huge amount of money and maintenance. So somewhere I feel very pity for them. That's why I like to I would like to give some suggestion to cope up with this problem. For example, the judiciary should be neutral, and they should maintain such law that equal rights should be given. Although there are some laws that favor the men also, but I think there is some pitfalls in the investigation. So there must be some proper investigation whether the charges are fake or true, because in this way some innocent men are being unke are being their rights are being violated. So my main concern is the rights of the men that are being violated because of the intensive rights has been given to the women. That's it. And along with this, I have prepared a paper over it, and that I will submit it after this conference. And thank you so much, ma'am. That's my view.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hadri. Thank you so much. So now I'm inviting Dr. Shelly Gupta. She is assistant professor in laws. Welcome, Dr. Shelly. She's from Rohtak. Welcome. Shelly, your mic is off.
Okay, sorry, ma'am. I'm really honored to be part of this summit. Thanks a lot, ma'am. I would like to greet a good morning to each and every person present here. So my topic is food shortage and hunger as a global problem. Global problems of the world economy are problems that concern all countries of the world and require resolution by combining the efforts of all members of the world community. Various authors identify from 7 to 20 global economic problems of our time. The food problem is complex and closely related to environmental problems, raw material problems, problems of inequality, poverty, and poverty political and social problems. The world food problem is called one of the main unresolved problems of the 20-21st centuries. Over the past 50 years, significant progress have been made in food production. The number of unnourished and hungry people in the world are decreased by a third. At the same time, a huge part of the world population still suffers from food shortages. The number of these in need exceeds 1 billion people. About 18 billion people die of hunger every year, especially in developing countries. The problem of food shortages is most acute in developing countries. Economists talk about the existence of a belt of hunger and malnutrition on Earth, stretching on both sides of the equator. This belt begins in South America, covers most of the Africa, and then countries into Asia. This belt fits well with the belt of high fertility. The average hunger index in the world in 2018 was 27 points. At the moment, the maximum hunger level of 50 to 60 points is typical for the countries of Central Africa. Despite the efforts made, it was not possible to halve the level of hunger by 2016 as planned. Depending on the value of hunger index, 3 basic strategies are proposed to combat the food problems. First is takeover strategy, second is adaptation strategy, and third is strategy of transformation. That's all from my side. Thanks a lot, ma'am. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. Now we are inviting Nusrat. Nusrat, are you there? Nusrat? So we are having Dr. Reena Kansal. Nusrat, she'll join. Dr. Reena, are you there?
Good afternoon, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone.
It's really an honor for me to be a part of this World Conference. I would specifically thanks my mentor, Professor Richa Ranjan, who has given me this wonderful opportunity. I would be talking about the Sustainable Development Goals. My topic is this Goal 5, which talks about the achieving gender equality and empowering all women and girls. I would be talking about how the India is, what is the performance with regard to this particular Goal 5 of the Sustainable Development Goals. Starting with my presentation, in 2015, the United Nations adopted 17 Sustainable Development Goals, which are known as global goals, and they aim to achieve them by 2030. All 193 United Nations member states agreed on these 17 goals to end poverty, ensure prosperity, and protect the planet. These 17 Sustainable Development Goals are integrated. They recognize that action in one area would affect the outcome in others. And all these development must balance the social, economic, and environmental sustainability. It is widely acknowledged that the success of this 2030 agenda globally would depend upon, to a significant way, on the progress India makes on the sustainable development goal front. It is not only because of the size of the population of Indian population, rather it is because of the strength and the resilience of the Indian economy. Furthermore, we all understand that India has emerged as a global leader on the international climate action agenda. Our Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi, he attended the UN summit convened to adopt 2030 agenda for sustainable development. And one of the important highlights of his statement of our Prime Minister is that much of the India's development agenda is mirrored in these sustainable development goals. This is what the reflective of the fact that even before these sustainable development goals were formulated and adopted, India has already initiated various numerous development programs. In India, we have Niti Aayog, we have the Ministry of Statistic and Program Implementation, which are carrying out the implementation of this sustainable development goal at the national level as well as at the global level. I would be discussing Goal 5. Goal 5 talks about achieving gender equality and empowering all women and girls. Gender equality, it is not only a fundamental human right, but it is a necessary foundation for a peaceful, prosperous, and a sustainable world. There has been progress over the last decades, but the world is not on track to achieve gender equality by 2030. The UN has defined 9 targets and 14 indicators for the Sustainable Development Goal 5, which talks about gender equality. What are these targets? Target specifies the goal, and indicators, they represent the metrics by which the world would aim to track where these targets are achieved. Now, UN has formulated 9 targets for achieving this gender equality. Target 1, end the discrimination against women and girls. Target 2, end all the violence against and exploitation of women and girls. Target 3, eliminate forced marriages and genital mutilation. Target 4, time spent on unpaid domestic and care work by sex, age, or location. Unpaid care and domestic work includes food preparation, dishwashing, upkeep of a dwelling, laundry, ironing, gardening, caring for pets, shopping, care of the sick, elderly, or disabled household members, among the others. The fifth indicator is the proportion of the women in a managerial position. Next target is universal access to reproductive rights and health. The seventh indicator is the female ownership rights, equal rights to land ownership. The next indicator is promoting empowerment of women through technology. And the last target is adopt and strengthen policies and unforeseeable legislations for gender equality. Now we would be talking about the Indian performance with respect to this goal 5. To measure Indian performance towards this goal of gender equality, 6 national level indicators have been identified, which capture 4 out of the 9 SDG targets for 2030. The 6 indicators are sex ratio at work, wage gap, domestic violence, women in leadership, ratio of female labor force, participation rate, family planning, and based on these 6 national indicators, the SDG index score on goal 5 for India stands at just 36. India is committed both constitutionally and through its policies to achieve gender equality in all spheres of the life. To further enhance efforts towards this goal, India has also launched several national level schemes and programs, which include gender budgeting, Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao campaign, Sukanya Samriddhi Yojana, the Janani Suraksha Yojana, One Stop Center, the Pradhan Mantri Ujjwal Yojana, etc. India has also made bold strides on the use of data for effective policy making and monitoring progress of the schemes against targets. These interventions have a direct and resounding effects on the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. India would serve as an example for all the other developing countries grappling with similar challenges. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Reena. And it was explained very beautifully. Thank you so much. And now we are having Dr. Suraya Banu with us.
Thank you, ma'am.
I welcome the esteemed Professor Dr. Suraya Banu, an assistant professor in computer science. With her expertise and contribution to the field, she plays a pivotal role in shaping the future of computer science education. Her dedication to education and innovative teaching methods are truly remarkable. Welcome, Dr. Suraya Banu. Welcome.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks a lot.
And you are having time. You can speak more than 5 minutes as well, because our 5 to 10 speakers, they'll be speaking by tomorrow. So we have time. You can take your own time.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. This is Professor Dr. Suraya Banu from Chhattisgarh, Bhilai, India. Today the topic is SDGs 12 responsible consumption and production. As our Prime Minister of India, Sri Narendra Modi ji said, the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities is the bedrock of our enterprise for a sustainable world. SDGs 12 is meant to ensure good use of resources, improving energy efficiency, sustainable infrastructure, and providing access to basic services, green and decent jobs, and ensuring a better quality of life for all. Sustainable consumption and production refers to the use of services and related products which respond to basic needs and bring a better quality of life while minimizing the use of natural resources and toxic materials, as well as the emissions of waste and pollutants over the life cycle of the service or product. As Kofi Annan, our Secretary General, former Secretary General of United Nations, said, our biggest challenge in this new century is to take an idea that seems abstract, sustainable development and turn it into a reality for all the world's people. Then the question arises, what can we do to achieve SDGs 12? Switch to energy efficiency CFL light bulbs, use water and electricity only when needed, and reduce wasted food to a bare minimum. Following a sustainable lifestyle and encouraging others to do the same is a massive step towards achieving goal number 12. SDGs 12 recognizes that long-term development and economic growth depend on changing how we produce and consume goods. It demands more efficient and environmentally friendly management of material across the life cycle through production, consumption, and disposal. To promote responsible consumption, goods that last longer, circular economy, sustainable waste management. Reusing goods instead of buying new ones contributes to a more sustainable lifestyle and leads to major benefit for the environment. In the words of Christopher Flauvin, building a world where we meet our own needs without denying future generation a healthy society is not impossible, as some would assert. The question is where societies choose to put their creative efforts. Here are some points we can transform into a green consumer. saving energy consumption in our surroundings, change of mindset, use of solar products and renewable energy resources, checking energy levels in daily utility products, recycling and using eco-friendly products, and last one is buy locally grown and organic foods. In the words of Oscar Olvik Eyes, inclusive and sustainable economic growth can drive progress and generate the means to implement the sustainable development goals. Now I conclude SDG 12 is essential in achieving the SDGs as it enables many of them and is a requirement for sustainable development. SDG 12 is quite important as it underpins every other sustainable development goal from zero poverty to peace and justice. Nevertheless, its idea creates lots of resistance despite being a great social, environmental, and economic opportunity. Using more renewable energy can lower the prices of and demand for natural gas and coal by increasing competition and diversifying our energy supplies. And an increased reliance on renewable energy can help protect consumers when fossil fuel prices spike. And I close my speech with the highlighted words of Mahatma Gandhi. What we are doing to the forest of the words is but a mirror reflection of what we are doing to ourselves and to one another. Thank you, madam. Thanks a lot for giving a super and great opportunity on this platform. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Suraya. Thank you so much. And I was watching you. You are right from the morning with us. And it is nice to have you here. Thank you. And we are having our next speaker, Nusrat Qureshi. She is a diligent and motivated student from India, whose commitment to learning and academic excellence is evident in her educational journey. So we call upon Nusrat on the platform.
Hello everyone. I'm Nusrat Qureshi from India. I'm a student of BSc LLB at GS Raisoni University. I would like to thank the organizers for arranging such an amazing event and giving me an opportunity to participate. Today I would like to speak on SDG 10, which is reduce inequality within and among countries. Equality of opportunities in all its forms, social, economic, and political, is arguably the most fundamental principle of any civilization. Nevertheless, economic prosperity of nations has generally been associated with increasing income inequalities with deeper ramifications for long-standing social inequities. Due to structural factors and historical specificity, large emerging economies like India have been particularly confronted with such challenges that have been true for many countries. The new global compact in the form of the Sustainable Development Goals therefore places equity at its core. Reduction of inequalities is not only a moral obligation but an economic necessity for sustainable development. The Sustainable Development Goals are in line with the Indian Developmental Agenda to sustainably improve all-round prosperity and well-being in the world by 2030. The SDG 10 aims to reduce inequality within and among countries and draws the compact lines against inequality by putting forth a comprehensive range of targets addressing income growth, equality of development opportunities, social, economical, and political environment, social protection, responsible migration, etc. The inequalities in income and wealth are severe and have been widening globally. The SDG 10 aims to reduce inequality which persists in income as well as that based on age, sex, disability, religion, or economic or other status within a country as well as among other countries. Inequality is not only a barrier to progress but also deprives people from opportunities and ultimately leads to the conditions of extreme poverty. This goal has 10 targets to reduce the inequality, mainly by regulating and monitoring the financial markets and institutions, encouraging development assistance and foreign direct investments to regions where required, illustrating the interconnectedness and strategic coherence of SDGs. The SDG 10 complements and is complemented by several other SDGs, such as SDG 1, which is no poverty, SDG 8, decent work and economic growth, SDG 3, good health and well being, SDG 4, quality education, and SDG 5, gender equality, and so on. SDG 10 brings the idea of a society where each person enjoys the benefits of economic growth. In recent years, India has experienced one of the fastest growths in the world. However, the nature of economic growth can sometimes be inequality enhancing. Therefore, in spite of high growth rate in it may not be an easy task for India to achieve the goal on reduced inequalities. A large and diverse country like India, where inequality takes on many forms, faces a bigger challenge in attaining SDG 10. In India, there are income inequalities and inequalities of access to opportunities by gender, religion, caste, and region. However, based on availability of data, five indicators under SDG targets 10.1, 10.2, and 10.4 have been identified to evaluate the performance of India towards SDG 10. Based on SDG index score for reduced inequalities among 29 states of India, 3 states are categorized as achievers, 20 states are identified as frontrunners, and 2 states are defined as aspirants. Though India has shown progress in achieving Goal 10, it has a long way to go in order to achieve equality between the top 10% and bottom 40% of the households in both urban and rural areas. It still needs to ensure equal access to opportunities for females, minorities, and the LGBTQ+. To create equal opportunities for all by 2030, India will need to adopt a more concrete state-specific public strategy. This may include enhancing coverage of social security system, introducing and expanding social insurance schemes, and establishing special fronts for lagging regions. Thank you. This is all from my side.
Thanks, Nusrat. Thank you. Now we are having with us Dr. Dalal Tripathi. He is an expert in fire and emergency services who tirelessly works towards ensuring the safety and well-being of communities. His dedication and commitment to emergency management are really commendable. So we welcome Dr. Dalal Tripathi. Welcome. Thank you, speech. Your mic is off. You're mute. Dr. Dalal? Yeah.
Hello.
Now you're audible.
Hello, listen to me.
Yes, we can listen.
Thank you for giving me a chance, some word, and with respect, all excellency. Today's session is very clear and very valuable session. So I am watching and thank you giving me a chance, all of you. And just now I am take my duty. So
Dr. Dalal,
I am busy. Thank you.
Dr. Dalal, you can speak in Hindi as well. No issues. Everyone will be comfortable. You can speak in Hindi.
Okay, madam.
You can speak
Thank
in
you.
Hindi.
आज का जो सेशन है उसके लिए very thankful and grateful the great session, and all respected excellency, but today's session I am attend just now, मैं अभी ड्यूटी पर हूँ, so I am watching, and next session I am talk everything. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Dalit Tripathi. Now we are having with us Caleb with us. I welcome Caleb Samuel, the president of Equal World for Sustainable Development Initiative, who is a driving force behind positive change in Africa. His visionary leadership and commitment to sustainable development inspire and empower young minds to create a better future. Welcome, Caleb Samuel. Caleb? Caleb, can you hear me? Caleb? I think Caleb is the last speaker, and 7 or 8 speakers are going to speak by tomorrow. On 14th evening, we are having the next session. And whenever he'll join, he can speak. We are having with us Dr. Suraya Bano, Esther Mala. Oh, Caleb has joined. Caleb.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning, good morning.
I'm so sorry. I had a little issue with my network.
Okay.
You're missing.
Thank you very much for having me, Dr. Richard Ranjan. Thank you so much, distinguished guests, respected speakers, and wonderful personalities. Thank you very much. I could have joined this very summit, but then I was actually having so many things to attend to, and thank God I'm here now, at least to have a nice time and to share some knowledge with respected people. Yes, the World Population Day, of course, since yesterday, we've all been talking about the World Population Day, and it's such a nice time being in the midst of wonderful persons, wonderful personalities. Even when I never came online since yesterday, just until now, at least I know that I've missed a lot because a lot has been discussed from different persons. So, yes, so I am Caleb Timile Samuel from Nigeria, a social and environmental justice advocate, but I major particularly on climate change and waste management. And we all know the importance of managing our waste properly. And when it comes to climate change education, so it throws a question to us, particularly on our lifestyle, that at least how have we been able to inculcate into our lifestyle sustainable practices just to make sure that we have a sustainable world. Of course, the world today, we have about 8 billion persons today globally, according to world population. And you all know that 8 billion is such a mass number, just a big number. But then just imagine the kind of amount of waste we produce just to make sure that we consume and particularly we produce most of our products. So that sends a question down to us that, okay, how far have we been able to make sure that we contribute to this development that we want? Because this environment is such a delicate place. Yes, even when we know that it is a place for us to explore every opportunities and resources there, are we exploring those opportunities sustainably? Are we sure we are not just being greedy about it just after the profit? rather than the environmental aspect. So what are we doing particularly? So yes, a lot of non-governmental organizations, of course, they've been coming about a lot of projects that has to do with education on climate change, which is a very fantastic approach. Yes, it is known that investment in education is another form of building a strategy against climate change adaptation, of course, which is very, very important. So, but then educating or education is not enough, particularly to curb this climate change crisis that we are into. In terms of our actions, are we sure we are not being hypocritical about it? Are we sure we are trying to be truthful about it? Because so many corporations today, they want to make just this profit. They want to make it, most of them practicing greenwashing. Greenwashing is simply trying to talk about pretending to be an environmental advocate, that you put the environment into your business, and the sustainable development, using sustainable development lens into your business. You pretend to, while in action, you are not. So many companies today, they just produce a whole lot of plastics, a whole lot of goods and all of that without making sure that they contribute to most of all these sustainable approaches. The same thing, aside from the perspective of corporations or businesses too, we can bring this down also to particularly to individual level. Yes, when we go to all these supermarkets, when we go to so many big places, what do we really purchase? What do we purchase really? Do we think about the environment when at the point of purchasing most of all these things? Do we really think about it? Is it that we just go there to just get whatever we want, we eat whatever we want, then we throw away um, the packages? Do we throw them away like just for okay, we don't care or something? So this will take us down to the issue of strategies to make sure that we manage our waste effectively. Yes, so many persons have been talking about reduction, minimization, and recycling. Yes, so many people talk about recycling. Oh, it's a sustainable option. But then I came to the realization of that recycling really, yes, is an approach, of course, definitely, but it still in one way or the other contributes to this environmental pollution, because it's really at the point of recycling these plastics or materials, it releases carbon dioxide back into the earth atmosphere that causes this climate change issue. Of course, when we know that climate change is release of greenhouse gas, so these greenhouse gases, it's at the top of the atmosphere, it traps heat. So most of this heat, and when we talk about methane, this substance, it attracts about 31 times heat, so which causes this global warming that we are talking about. So this recycling is an option, but yes, but is it well sustainable? No, it is not. But so this is why I clamor particularly and advocate on this issue of reusing. When we reuse the products that we have, when we reuse these materials that we have, it will go a long way. When we use the available waste that we have, it will go a long way. We will not resort to the ancient and olden days of landfills. Of course, we all know that this landfill is not good anymore. It's not good because aside from the environmental pollution, health effects, it causes so much health effect to the point that when these materials are decomposing, it releases this ammonium. This ammonium are a substance that affects the respiratory system of every living beings all around the world. So the same thing should also go down to life below water. That at the point of climate change, when this climate crisis begins, even life below water, when we talk about coral reefs, it affects their living, even to the point that these coral reefs that we all know, as a result of climate change, they bleach out their colors, affecting and stressing their lives. And we all know that every living beings right on this earth, we are in connection. So we are one way or the other. It is a food chain. So one way or the other, we control the population of ourselves. So if there is no food chain at all on this earth, definitely the world will be so overpopulated, and particularly there will be overgrazing, and it will cause a whole lot of challenges that we all know. So back to the issue of corporations too. Are the government of that terrain or territory, are they making sure that they vet the mode of operation of each companies to meet up with sustainable with environmental standard of every society? Particularly, most people today are after money. You know, so many governments or maybe politicians today, they rather take bribes than to put the environment at heart, the environment where we live. So again, the thing still boils down to what are the strategies that are being put in place to make sure that we fight this issue of climate change and all. Yes, there have been some mitigation strategies and adaptation strategies, but then there are some mitigation strategies that that involves you and I, we as a person in a territory, that involves us. This issue still boils down to both the government and its citizens. You know, there needs to be a trust between the government and the citizens. That determines the mitigation policies that have been accepted by the people in that country. This still boils down to the issue of honesty. This still boils down to the issue of trust. That when it comes to sustainable development goals, can we be trusted? Are we truly honest and making sure that we meet up this target, we realize this target? Because when you look at it, when you look at on the flip side, the consequences of all this, the consequences of not following all these United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, you discover that it will affect the world population, of which today the purpose of setting out this UNSGD discussion summit is to have that linkage between the sustainable development goal and particularly the world population. Yes, even when we know that every human being, all of us, we are going to die someday, but it shouldn't be an excruciating death. It shouldn't be a painful death that will particularly just take everyone away. So the most important thing of us is to just make sure that while the policies are being set in place to meet this United Nations Sustainable Development Goal target, we should, as much as possible, try to follow this target. That is why this evaluation team of the Sustainable Development Goal agenda is there, to make sure that we they follow up those targets, and they make us know how far we've been able to go, what we are going to do next, and how we are going to go about it. So thank you very much. There's no time for me to share presentation. This is just to contribute my quota of knowledge to the world population, and of course every human being, as we all know, that we have unique and potential within us. And of course, we all know, regardless of our differences, of our colors, of our race or country, of course, definitely we are one. So I cannot turn a blind eye when catastrophes are being are happening in other countries. Then I cannot just turn a blind eye that, okay, since it is not my country, then definitely it does not concern me. So whatever affects another place, it affects another place also. So thank you very much for sharing, contributing my knowledge in the midst of wonderful and exceptional persons. Thank you very much for all we do. So let's just keep doing more to make sure that we meet up this sustainable development goal target. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sir Kelly. You were the last speaker.
I know.
We were able to hear.
He wanted to speak longer, so he comes last.
Last, yeah.
I learned something from you.
So now we are having Dr. Nada over here, Esther Mala over here, and Dr. Reena, Dr. Suraya Bano as well. I want all of you to come online just to show your faces, and I want to interact for 2 or 3 minutes. Now, what do you want to speak? I'll start with Dr. Nada. What do you want to say about this today's inaugural session? It was online inaugural, and tomorrow we'll be having a valedictory session. So 7 to 8 speakers will be speaking tomorrow, which were left for today. They'll be speaking tomorrow, and it's about near about, I think so, 4 hours. We started by 10. Now it's going to be 2. after 15 minutes, 10, 15 minutes. So Dr. Nada, I want to listen from everyone who are over here now. You're not audible. Professor Nada, you're not audible. Professor Nada, you're not audible. No, not. Dr. Esther Mala, you be ready with your points.
Do you hear me now?
She's ready now.
Now she's audible. Yes.
Okay, I don't know why. Maybe it was open, but maybe I need to go out. I want to say that my expectations today are really fulfilled. This was an amazing day, full of new knowledge, new solutions, great insights. Sharing what each one personality, great educator, entrepreneurs, all what are doing in their country, how to contribute to this, because this is a big issue and it will be an issue a long time more. So Dr. Richa, I want to say congratulations from the bottom of my heart, because you make it great. Today was an amazing day. Tomorrow, I'm sure also. Today we have all the esteemed guest speakers, all very great. Dr. Estera, Herdiana, Dr. Rajana, and Jim, and Branca, all. So keep doing a great work. We are really proud on you. You are amazing. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Nada. So now a few words from Esther Mala. What you missed and what you want to say.
Wow, I could only say wow. It's such an amazing, impactful, brilliant speakers. Not only speakers, the organizing team together with you, Professor Dr. Richa. I didn't expect it to be such a successful, spectacular, and inspiring and extraordinary. Everything is just fantastic about this whole conference today. Yeah, well done. I'm speechless. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
I'm having very small team. My teachers are with me, Pratibha, Arjun. These are a few persons, Sultan. They all are with me and they are cooperating, because we are having much rains over here and everything is disrupted over here. So without electricity, it was very difficult to manage everything. But we were having generators. Yeah.
Wow. With that, you have done such a wonderful job, Dr. Richa. Seeing to what you are saying, I think I'm so blessed. My country, there's no problem with Wi-Fi. There's no problem with electricity. You know, that's why Malaysians are too comfortable with their life. You know.
Oh, yeah. You're living in beautiful place, Malaysia. That's
God's grace. By God's grace, you know our country political situation. How is it? You know, we can do better. We have fantastic people, harmonious people, very friendly people, you know, who always accommodate foreigners. But every country, there's no one perfect country, right?
Yes,
but
yes,
we can do
yes.
better. We have, if you say achieving 17 SDG goals, I think we are far behind in certain goals, you know. Education, as Malaysian, we are still not satisfied, because our education system back many years, our parents' time, our grandparents' time are so much better. Everybody can speak fantastic English. But now, because they focus more on our national language, you know, and our subjects are mostly in Bahasa Malaysia, and there's a lot more other things, you know. Of course, there are very good English-speaking people here, but the poor ones who can't afford for special classes to speak English, you know, to learn more English, they are underprivileged considered, although they go to school. The rich ones, they have fantastic opportunities in everything. Yeah. So I hope more people will take. Especially in Malaysia, our communities, especially our Indian communities, they speak English as well at home from young. So our children are still better in communicating. What more if they can afford? They send to international school, they send for special classes like Cambridge classes and all that. So they can still keep up. Otherwise, the less privileged children and low income group, they are in difficulty.
It's difficult.
Very
Here,
sad.
so our Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi, he is working much for SDG goals.
Fantastic. He is fantastic.
Yeah, he is fantastic.
Extraordinary.
Yeah.
Extraordinary. You know, my background, my granddad is from India. So, yeah, he is a former Indian British Army.
Okay.
Yeah, once he was posted to Myanmar. That's where he married my grandmother, his own relative, in Myanmar Hindu. Then migrated to Malaysia.
Okay.
Where we are born as Malaysians. I'm Malaysian Indian.
Malaysian Indian. And you must be hearing about Modi ji, what he is doing.
Of course, I follow very closely. I mean, still my root is India. I'm born in Malaysian. I love my country, but I will never give up India because that's where we came from. My identity, I'm an Indian. I'm not Chinese. I'm not European. I'm not anything. I'm an Indian. Proud to be
Indian. And we love India. We love India.
Yeah, of course. See, you have one heart, you give all to India. We have to divide our heart, half to Malaysia, half to India. We got two levels. We got two levels.
And Professor Nada, we want to hear about your country as well. Because today we are collected over here on the platform to discuss about all the countries on the globe. So we want to hear about your place now.
Okay, if we talk about Croatia, Croatia is really investing a lot. We are taking a lot of funds from the European Union, and we have that grants for working. So I can say in all aspects we are doing the best. If we want to talk about the environment, water, the sea, anyone, I can say we are really very rich with a beautiful sea, rivers, mountains, lakes. So we have a beautiful nature. We don't have a problem with the water. We have a lot of electricity. Also now we have so many, we are investing in the solar energy. More now, I can say every house almost have on the roof, we have this for solar energy. So we are, I can say when the sustainable, we are trying to live more sustainable, taking care many actions I say about the environment. We are really environments taking that actions. So not only when that we celebrate, we are doing in every aspect. For the poverty, we also have we have the power, we have people who don't have for the main things for living, but there we have the actions. We always do actions by the media. People, we have that accounts we are paying. So I can say that also our government has a sense for that, and so many new people, so many new jobs, new people are there involved. So I think that we in Europe, I can say more than other countries, we are doing on this on all problems. But I say at my speech, the problem is to stop our youth to go abroad. But you know, who will stop you today? If you know that in Finland, in Switzerland, in other countries, there is better conditions for living, then it is normal. Today that, you know, what was I was living in USA, come to Croatia. But if you ask me now, where would you Nada want to live? Maybe if I need to move from my country, I would only go to Switzerland, because Switzerland is the land of the promise. Everything is functioning in the Switzerland. So So I say we are giving our best. We are educating our youth. I can say we are lucky because we have that opportunity, and we can have that feeling that we are really really acting. So
Thank you.
I have a friend, Croatian friend, who doesn't want to go back to Croatia. He only go back to see his family. He lived in Malaysia so many years. He's my fellow Toastmaster. And he went to Singapore. He's enjoying his life in Malaysia, Singapore. Malaysia, Singapore. He doesn't want to go anywhere.
yeah, yeah. And that is, like I said, I say, we are a small land. We have only 4 million people. In New Delhi have, I think, 4 million people. So we are a small land, and more people live abroad. USA, there is no country where you cannot find a Croatian. So that is what I'm talking about. But like example, my father was very nostalgic. He has a nostalgia for the country, and he come back. But my relatives, I don't have relatives in Croatia. They're all abroad the world, in Australia, Germany, USA, Brazil, Argentina, everywhere. No, in Croatia. That is the life. That is the life.
That is the life.
Croatians, they are the one who left back in Croatia, the older generation, they are very close. The young ones who stay there are very close to the family, those who are staying there. That's what I learned from my friend. He always send me photographs when he go back, how and all that. So
Yes,
that is very good.
my uncle every day, you know what he do? He took the photos from the albums. Then when he always is making video. Every day he makes a video, and then also on the Google Map he's sending. Nada, what are you doing now? Now I will check what you are doing. Every day he has a contact with us. So he's also he would like to come back, but his children's, they are all there. So that is that.
Yes.
Okay, so
Thank you. Now Samuel wants to say something. Yes,
oh
Samuel.
yes,
Oh, waiting
yeah.
so
Oh,
long. We won't interrupt you.
okay. So you have all been talking about your country. Let me talk about my country too. At least we are we are making progress when it comes to the SDG goals. But though I think it's a little bit slow when you talk about the realization of those goals, because yes, I am in Lagos State. Okay, Lagos is the commercial capital of Nigeria, and it was once the administrative capital of Nigeria once. So, but then if I should measure the growth of Nigeria using the Lagos State, then it is not fair enough, because I've traveled to some northern states. At least I've traveled, and I've seen the level of development there, and I must say, just like the way Professor Esamala said, of course, every country is not perfect, of course, definitely. So when you talk about the northern state and the southern states, there's still much work to be done. Yes, because in Lagos State alone, which is the commercial capital, of course, this morning when I was even coming, I saw the public mass transit. Of course, it is an electric, the newly rolled out public mass transit, at least to live sustainably environmentally. Of course, that is an approach to that. But then when you look at the Lagos State action plan, I've been able to study that at least majority of the action plan, they've been able to view it with the sustainable development lens, and they've incorporated the sustainable development practice into it. But then other states need to move in that same direction. But of course, the states in the northern and the western, the eastern, they are still lagging behind. But though the government is trying its best to make sure that so many things are being put in place. So when I talk about Africa as a whole, it is only few African nations that are striving towards that are actually getting their results when it comes to sustainable development goals. But then majority are still living in poverty. Majority are still living in the time of the old, when we use all these crude implements and equipments to get along with our lifestyle. Then a lot of that needs to be stopped. And thank God in the area of education, oh, of course, Nigerians are really doing fantastically well. The government is doing fantastic. There's no nation in the world today now that you will not see Nigerians there. Nigerians are really doing practically well in all ramifications. They are doing well. But when it comes to lifestyle, we need to do more. Yesterday, I was reading about some historical perspective of India, and I must say that Indians are really doing something fantastically. Indians, yes, in their nation. That to the point that I even had to read about the Mahatma Gandhi Salt March of 1930, and I just pictured the level of self-respect and dignity that the Indians have, and I was so jealous anyway. I was so jealous of the Indian culture and the Indian people. Samala, Professor Samala, you're laughing. I'm not talking about Malaysia. I'm talking about Indians. So I can see you're happy when I was making reference to India, Professor Samala. I'm not talking about Malaysia. I'm talking about Indians particularly now.
Your mic is mute, Estemala. Your mic is mute, Estemala.
No, Caleb, I will never give up India. If Malaysia has an open case, I can only go to India. I cannot go to China. I cannot go to Nigeria. And India will welcome me because I'm in India.
Nigeria is a fantastic place.
I know, but won't welcome me. My root is not from Nigeria, from India.
Oh, but you can come. But you can come around and have a nice time here in Nigeria. We have a lot of tourist attraction here. We have beaches. We have
Not until you have a wife. Once you have the wife finish, I have no place in your house. Okay.
There was even one day I was talking to Professor Nada Rakovic that one day I would love to come to Croatia. Croatia is also beautiful, you know. Of course, and I like countries that are not too populated.
No,
at least about 4.
Before 2 days, he's an educator. He's also well known from India, Dr. Richa Brijadir. He's a great science educator, and he writes me. He and his family are coming for 15 days in Croatia on the summer holidays.
Oh, wow.
Yes, and they're so I said I will find them at the Split because it is nearby me. So I will put the photos. First India friend who is coming to Croatia. Yes. Caleb, you are welcome. You are welcome.
So, all right, ma'am. All right.
All are
thank you.
All.
Oh, okay, definitely. So thank you very much. Thank you again for the invitation, at least for the wonderful and exciting interaction. Thank you. You have all been an amazing personality, and I look up to every one of us. Yeah. Each time I get on Facebook, I do a lot of things. At least I try to emulate the lifestyle of everybody here. Professor Richard, Professor Estamala, Professor Nada Rakovic, and everybody, Dr. Pius, so many potentials deposited in us.
You are a great supporter, Dr. Professor Eva, Professor Nada, and me. When we stand for election, you make sure you are in our country.
Okay.
You be my personal PA. You know, you are a great supporter. I tell you.
Yes.
Come to Malaysia, we have many Nigerians here. Okay, so please come.
Thank you very much, Ram. Thank you.
So that was very nice interaction session. Very nice. So today it was online inaugural session, and we'll be doing valedictory by tomorrow by 6 p.m. If anybody interested in the inaugural valedictory section can join tomorrow as well. And this was our live session on YouTube. You all are having the link already. You are having the link. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all my esteemed keynote speaker, guest of honors for gracing us with the presence and sharing their invaluable insights. Your wisdom, expertise, and diverse perspectives have truly enriched our session, making it a resounding success. Your contributions have inspired and enlightened me and all globally, leaving a lasting impact on the minds and the heart. We are deeply grateful for your time, commitment, and willingness to share your knowledge with us, especially our guest of honor and speaker, Esther Mala, Professor Nada, and you're having Samuel with us. Thank you so much for sparing your time. Gratitude. Really, I'm very thankful to you.
Gratitude
And
to
in
you.
fact, my team who was working very hard with me, Miss Pratibha, Anju, Sultan, Stinder, Mehreen. She is from Kashmir, mini Switzerland. And I thank everyone from the management, Jindal Group, and WICCI Wiki. So thank you for being an integral part of this remarkable event, and we look forward to future collaborations and continued growth together. I, Dr. Richa Ranjan, sign off over here, and I am very lucky to have such persons over here on this platform. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Namaste, namaskar from India. Thank you so much.
Namaste, namaste.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
This is
Thank
the
you so much.
platform where great minds meet.
Yes, yes.
Awesome. Very happy. After this, I have to go and do my cooking, my
Thank
lunch.
you. I'm
and
also
my
feeling very nice.
4:30
Thank you so much.
p.m. here. 4:30 p.m. in Malaysia. I'm going to cook my lunch and have my
Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Because I miss 4 days I'm eating outside. So I just don't like it.
Okay, okay.
I'm going to enjoy a good lunch.
Thank you for sparing
I will
your-
try to attend tomorrow. Tomorrow is the same time, right, Dr.
No. 6 p.m. is 6 p.m.
6 p.m. Okay. I'll see the time.
You're busy somewhere else. I know.
You are busy tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, yes. Yeah.
I will attend. If it's before that, I will attend. Sure.
Yes.
Thank you. Looking
Thank
forward.
you so much.
Bye.
Namaskar.
Bye. See you.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
See you.
Bye.
Okay.
Bye. Bye.